Welcome, dear friend, to a quiet space. Let us journey together tonight, not through argument or debate, but through a landscape of ancient stories. We will listen to the timeless narratives of the Bible, told not as history lessons, but as whispers for the soul, designed to bring you into a state of deep and tranquil rest. These are not intricate laws to be debated or complex doctrines to be memorized. They are windows into a world governed by a deep and abiding peace, a love that pursues, and a hope that cannot be extinguished. Through these stories, we will find a refuge for our weary minds, a quiet harbor in the storm of our modern lives. We will learn that our deepest rest is found not in our own strength, but in surrender to a story much larger than our own. Welcome to the Storyteller's Hearth. This is your sanctuary, a place to quiet the noise and listen to the echo of eternity. There is nothing you need to accomplish here, nothing to figure out. Simply allow your body to grow heavy and your mind to be still. If these stories resonate with the quiet place in your heart, I invite you to subscribe and return to this hearth whenever you need to be reminded of the peace that is your true home. For now, find a comfortable position, settle in, and simply listen. In the profound and formless deep, where silence was absolute and darkness complete, a voice began to speak. It was a voice that did not echo, for there were no walls to contain it, a voice that carried not sound but substance, weaving order from the void. The spirit of this voice hovered over the face of the waters, a gentle, brooding presence that stirred the potential of all that was to come. Then, with a command as simple as it was absolute, light erupted. It was not the harsh glare of a lamp, but the first pure essence of illumination, spilling across the abyss, and defining for the first time the separation between day and night. This was the first day, a rhythm established in the calm cadence of creation, a universe beginning to breathe to a divine tempo. On the second day, the voice spoke again, and a firmament was crafted in the midst of the waters. This expanse was a vast, crystalline dome, a barrier of breathtaking blue that divided the waters above from the waters below. It was the sky, an empty canvas awaiting the brushstrokes of clouds and the dance of celestial bodies. Below it, the single chaotic sea now existed in two states, held apart by the very word that had called it into being. The world was taking shape, each element finding its place with a serene and purposeful grace, a harmony, building note by quiet note. The third day brought a command to the waters under the sky, gathering them into one place so that dry ground might appear. From the depths, continents rose, their peaks and valleys emerging like the sleeping forms of giants, damp and dark with primordial soil. The voice called this exposed land earth, and the gathered waters seas. And seeing that it was good, the voice spoke once more to the earth, and it burst forth with a carpet of vegetation. Tender shoots of grass, herbs yielding their seeds, and trees heavy with fruit sprang from the soil, each according to its kind. The world, once barren, was now clothed in a tapestry of green, a living testament to the life-giving word. The fourth day saw the voice turn its attention to the expanse of the heavens. Great lights were kindled in the firmament, the greater light to govern the day and the lesser light to govern the night, along with a spray of distant stars. They were not simply set in place, but given a purpose to mark seasons, days, and years, and to give light upon the earth. The sun's golden warmth bathed the new lands by day, and the moon's soft silver glow offered a gentle watch by night. The cosmos itself now moved in a stately, predictable dance, a clockwork of celestial peace that brought order to the turning world. With the stage set, the fifth day was filled with the voice calling forth life to swarm in the waters and to fly above the earth across the face of the sky. The seas suddenly teemed with every kind of creature, from the great leviathans that moved in the deep shadows to the shimmering schools of fish that darted through sunlit waves. At the same moment, the air was filled with the beat of wings as birds of every color and song took to the skies. The voice blessed them, speaking a simple, powerful blessing for them to be fruitful and multiply, to fill their new domains with the vibrant, moving evidence of life. The sixth day continued this symphony of life as the earth brought forth living creatures according to their kinds. Livestock that would graze peacefully in the meadows, creatures that crawled upon the ground, and the beasts of the field, each with its own unique form and purpose. And then a final singular act of creation occurred. The voice spoke, and humanity was fashioned in its own image, male and female, to have dominion over this new world. They were set as stewards over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air, over every living thing that moved on the earth. To them was given every green plant for food, and the harmony was complete. A perfect, self-sustaining peace where every need was met and every creature lived in tranquil interdependence. And so, on the seventh day, the work of creation was finished. The voice rested not from weariness, but in the perfect completion of its task. This day was blessed and made holy, a sacred pause in the rhythm of existence. It was a day of divine rest, a profound and enduring peace that settled over the entire cosmos. The universe, from the grandest star to the smallest blade of grass, existed in a state of flawless harmony, a testament to the order and tranquility that flows from a single creative word. In the heart of the newborn world, a sanctuary bloomed, a place where the air itself seemed to shimmer with unspoken grace. Eastward in Eden, the garden was planted by divine hands, a tapestry woven from every tree that was pleasant to the sight and good for food. A river flowed from its center, parting into four heads to water the earth, and in its midst stood the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. This was a realm of perfect balance, where no thistle choked the soil and no shadow of death fell upon its inhabitants. Here the first man, Adam, formed from the dust of the ground and given the breath of life, walked in unbroken fellowship. He was not alone for long, for from his side was taken a rib, and from it a woman, Eve, was crafted, a companion of bone of his bones and flesh of his flesh. Together they existed in a state of pure innocence, their nakedness a symbol of a transparency unmarred by shame or fear, their spirits in perfect harmony with the garden, with each other, and with the Creator who walked with them in the cool of the day. Their days were filled with a purposeful serenity. Adam and Eve tended the garden, their hands moving not in toil but in joyful stewardship. They did not tear at weeds, for there were none, but gently guided the growth of vines and the spread of blossoms. They learned the language of the soil and the secrets of the seasons that turned in a gentle, endless cycle. In the perpetual twilight of dawn and dusk, a presence would walk among them. It was not a form to be seen, but a warmth that settled on the soul, a voice that spoke not to the ear, but directly to the heart. In these moments, all of creation seemed to hold its breath, the rustling leaves and bubbling streams offering a silent chorus of worship. This was the rhythm of their existence, a continuous, intimate communion where every breath was a prayer and every action an act of worship. One of the man's first sacred tasks was to name the living. God brought every beast of the field and every bird of the air to Adam to see what he would call them. A procession of life passed before him, a parade of forms and furs and feathers. The great, shambling bear received its name, as did the cunning fox, the soaring eagle, and the industrious ant. With each name spoken, a bond was forged, a recognition of its unique essence and place in the intricate web of life. The lion would lie down with the lamb, not as a future prophecy, but as a present reality, their natures at peace under the gentle dominion of mankind. Eve watched, her own heart naming the beauty and the grace in each creature, a shared understanding flowing silently between them. There was no hierarchy of fear, only a community of mutual respect, each animal accepting its name as its identity within the peaceful kingdom. They wandered along paths embroidered with flowers, their feet sinking into moss as soft as velvet. They drank from crystal streams that tasted of mountain snow and summer rain, and they ate from trees whose fruit burst with flavors beyond description, sweetness that held no regret, nourishment that promised no end. The sun's rays were a gentle caress, and the night was a blanket of stars that told silent stories of glory. There was no past to regret and no future to fear. Time was a single, eternal present, a deep and abiding now filled with the satisfaction of every good thing. This was the peace of innocence, a state of being where the soul was perfectly aligned with its purpose and its Creator, a tranquility so profound it was like the very heartbeat of the world. Yet even in this perfection, a single boundary existed, a lone command that stood as a testament to their free will and their dependent relationship with God. They were not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. This one prohibition was not a cage, but the very frame that gave their freedom meaning. It was a reminder that their peace was a gift, their innocence a treasure held in trust. The garden, in all its lush beauty, was a portrait of divine grace, a harmony that flowed from obedience and trust. To walk within it was to experience a foretaste of a rest that was meant to be eternal, a symphony of creation playing in a key of flawless peace, a memory of home that would echo through all generations, whispering of a lost tranquility and the enduring hope of its restoration. The world had forgotten the rhythm of the garden, its harmony replaced by a cacophony of violence and corruption that rose from the earth like a foul mist. Yet, in the midst of the gathering storm of human wickedness, one man walked a different path. Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord, a man whose heart beat in time with a righteousness that had become a rare and solitary melody. Into his quiet spirit came a divine warning, a sobering whisper of a coming judgment that would cleanse the earth with a flood. The instruction was as precise as it was monumental. Build an ark, a vessel of immense proportions, a floating mountain of gopher wood sealed with pitch inside and out, a sanctuary against the coming deluge. To his neighbors, the project was the pinnacle of foolishness, a ship constructed on dry land, far from any sea, under a sky that had known only the gentle rains of seasons past. Their laughter echoed across the plains, their scorn a constant jeering chorus. But Noah's hands never faltered. He worked with the steady, unhurried pace of a man who was building not from a blueprint of his own design, but from a promise. The rhythmic strike of his hammer, the scent of fresh-cut wood and warm pitch, these were his acts of worship, his solace found in the certainty of the words spoken to him. For decades, the ark's skeleton rose against the horizon, a strange and silent testament in a world of noise. Noah, his sons Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their wives labored on, their faith a quiet flame in the gathering gloom. They were builders of a future unseen, their hope anchored not in the clear sky above, but in the faithfulness of the one who had spoken. The colossal structure, with its 3 decks and single window, its single door set firmly in its side, stood as a monument to obedience. It was a box of salvation, its very existence a plea and a promise, a refuge prepared long before the first drop of rain would fall. Inside its vast, shadowy hold, there was a profound stillness, a prelude to the peace that would soon dwell within its walls, a stark contrast to the chaotic world outside its timbers. Then came the day the world changed. A strange rustling filled the air, not of wind, but of countless feet and wings. From every corner of the earth they came, drawn by an instinct implanted by their Creator. 2 by 2, they arrived at the foot of the great ark, the majestic lion and his mate, the gentle deer, the ponderous elephant, the minute ant. Great bears ambled alongside timid sheep, and colorful birds settled on the ark's ridges in a living, breathing tapestry. There was no panic, no predation. An unnatural peace presided over the procession as they filed up the ramp, each creature finding its appointed place within the wooden walls. The air was thick with the scent of fur and feather, the soft lowing and chirping a symphony of trust. When the last pair was inside, a divine hand shut the door, sealing them in safety. The great portal boomed with finality, separating the chosen from the condemned, the ark becoming a sealed world unto itself, a floating island of life in a sea of impending death. For 7 days, an eerie silence held the earth. The jeers had ceased. The world outside waited. Then, on the appointed day, the fountains of the great deep burst forth. From hidden caverns beneath the earth, torrents of water exploded, geysers of chaos tearing at the foundations of the world. At the same time, the windows of the heavens were opened, and the rain began. It was not a shower, but a cataclysm, a solid sheet of water that fell with a roar that drowned out all other sound. The waters rose, swallowing the hills, covering the trees, climbing the mountains until the highest peaks were lost beneath a churning, gray expanse. The world of men and their achievements was erased, the cacophony of their violence silenced beneath the relentless surge. But inside the ark there was a profound and startling calm. The great vessel rose, lifted by the very waves that spelled destruction for all else. It bobbed securely on the furious surface, a cradle in the chaos. The only sounds within were the gentle shifting of the animals, the creak of the timbers, and the steady, muffled drumming of the rain on the roof, a lullaby of divine protection. For 40 days and 40 nights the deluge continued, but within the ark a different reality prevailed. The world was being washed clean, and in that great baptism the ark was a womb of new creation. Noah and his family tended to their charges, moving through the decks in the soft, filtered light. their world defined by the measured rhythms of care and provision. The fear of the outside was a distant memory, replaced by the intimate reality of their sanctuary. They were suspended between the ruined old and the promised new, cocooned in a peace that passed all understanding. The storm raged, but it could not touch them. The ark was more than a boat. It was a covenant of safety, a tangible sign of grace in the midst of judgment, a quiet, floating heart beating with the hope of every future. The call came not as a thunderclap, but as a quiet certainty that settled deep within the soul of Abram, a man rooted in the ancient moon-worshipping city of Ur. It was a voice that spoke not to his ears, but directly to the core of his being, a summons to leave behind the familiar tapestry of his life, his kindred, his father's house, the solid sun-baked bricks of his home. The promise attached to this call was as vast as the horizon and as fragile as a dream, a new land that would be shown to him and descendants as countless as the desert stars. To his neighbors, such a departure would have been the height of folly, a surrender of security for a phantom inheritance. Yet Abram heard the truth woven into the promise, a truth that resonated more deeply than any earthly logic. With a courage born not of audacity, but of a quiet, resolute trust, he began the arduous work of severing his roots. He gathered his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, all the people and possessions they had acquired, and with one last look at the ziggurats piercing the Mesopotamian sky, he turned his face toward the unknown. The caravan moved out, a slow river of life flowing away from civilization, its course charted by faith alone. The journey was a pilgrimage through emptiness. They traveled through the stark, beautiful desolation of the Negev, where the sun was a hammer on the anvil of the earth, and the wind was a constant whispering companion. Days were measured in the plodding steps of camels and the slow arc of the sun. Nights were a blanket of cold stars, each one a silent reminder of the promise that felt at times as distant as the constellations. Doubts, like desert mirages, would shimmer at the edges of Abram's mind. He was an old man, and Sarai's womb was a sealed spring in a dry land. The inheritance of this vast, empty country seemed a cruel jest when he had no son to leave it to. In these moments of quiet crisis, when the weight of the unknown threatened to crush his spirit, the divine presence would return. It was not a dramatic vision, but a gentle reassurance that flowed into his weary soul, a reaffirmation of the covenant. A profound peace would follow, a stillness that was deeper than the desert silence, a sense of being held and guided that turned the arid wastes into a sacred pathway. His faith was not a shield that deflected hardship, but an anchor that held him fast within it. After a long and circuitous route, they arrived in the land of Canaan. The Lord appeared to Abram and told him that this was the land promised to his offspring. In response, Abram built an altar there, a simple structure of uncut stones, a monument not of conquest, but of gratitude and acknowledgement. He was a stranger in the land, a nomad dwelling in tents, yet the altar stood as a testimony that his true home was not a place on a map, but the promise of God. He continued his journey, pitching his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east, and building another altar, calling on the name of the Lord. His life became a rhythm of movement and worship, his rest found not in settling down, but in faithful obedience to each new step of the journey. Even when famine forced a descent into Egypt, a detour fraught with peril, the same quiet assurance guided him and protected Sarai, eventually bringing them back, enriched, to the place of the altar between Bethel and Ai, to the very spot where he had first called upon the Lord. The journey was the destination, and the peace was in the walking. The final test of this nomadic faith came not from without, but from within his own household. The herds and flocks of Abram and his nephew Lot had grown so vast that the land could not support them both while they dwelled together. Strife began to simmer between their herdsmen, a discord that threatened to shatter the peace of their camp. Abram, the elder, the one to whom the entire land had been promised, displayed the profound courage of relinquishment. He gave Lot the choice of the land, offering him the right to take whatever portion he desired. It was an act of immense faith, a surrender of control that demonstrated his absolute trust that God's promise was not dependent on the best land or the most strategic position. When Lot chose the well-watered plain of the Jordan, a decision that seemed to leave Abram with the less desirable hill country, there was no resentment, only a quiet acceptance. And once Lot had departed, the Lord spoke again to Abram, lifting his eyes to behold all the land, north, south, east, and west, reaffirming that it would be his and his offspring's forever. In that moment, as he stood alone on the heights, the peace that filled him was the deep, settled calm of a man who had found his rest not in the security of possessions or place, but in the unwavering faithfulness of the God who called him. He moved his tent to the oaks of Mamre, built another altar, and dwelt in the land, a sojourner at rest in the heart of the promise. The command came in the deep of the night, a whisper that severed the very fabric of Abraham's soul. It was a directive so stark, so contrary to every promise whispered over decades, that the old man felt the ground of his faith tremble. He was to take his son, his only son Isaac, whom he loved, and offer him as a burnt offering on a mountain in the land of Moriah. The words hung in the silence of his tent, a chilling paradox that demanded obedience beyond all human understanding. The laughter that had once greeted the promise of this boy's birth now curdled into a silent inner scream. Yet, woven into the terrible command was the familiar thread of the voice, the same one that had called him from Ur, the same one that had promised stars and sand. And in that recognition, a terrible, divine peace began to settle over his turmoil, a calm born not of comprehension, but of a long-honed trust that this God, however inscrutable his ways, was faithful. Before the first hint of dawn tinged the horizon, Abraham rose. His movements were deliberate, mechanical, as he split the wood for the burnt offering and saddled his donkey. He did not look at Sarah, sleeping the trusting sleep of a mother, for fear his resolve would crumble. The journey to Moriah was a 3-day pilgrimage through a landscape that mirrored the desolation in Abraham's heart. Each step of the donkey's hooves, each creak of the saddle, was a drumbeat counting down to an unthinkable moment. Isaac walked beside him, his youthful energy a vibrant, painful contrast to his father's heavy silence. The boy's trust was absolute, a clear, untroubled stream flowing beside the stagnant, tortured waters of his father's obedience. He carried the wood for the sacrifice on his own young shoulders, a burden he accepted without question. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place, a stark, lonely peak against the sky. The sight was a physical blow, but his voice was steady as he instructed their 2 young servants to stay behind with the donkey. He and the boy would go yonder to worship, he told them, and they would return. The words were a statement of faith, a fragile hope spoken into the void, a confession that somehow, in a mystery he could not fathom, the God of life would provide. The ascent of Mount Moriah was the longest walk of Abraham's life. Isaac, his curiosity finally piercing the solemn quiet, broke the silence. He noted the fire and the wood, his young mind logically assembling the elements of worship. But where was the lamb for the burnt offering? The question, so innocent and direct, was a knife twisting in Abraham's heart. He looked at his son, at the clear, trusting eyes that held no shadow of the horror to come, and the words that came from his lips were clothed in a faith that felt like iron. God himself will provide the lamb, my son, he said. It was not a deception, but the deepest truth he possessed, a hope cast like an anchor into the darkness. They walked on together, the 2 of them, a father and son bound by love and a terrifying divine thread. The rustle of the thicket, the scuff of their sandals on the stone, the sound of their breathing, these were the only sounds in the sacred, awful stillness of the mountain. At the summit, Abraham built an altar, stone upon stone, his hands moving with a ritualistic slowness. He arranged the wood with meticulous care, creating a pyre for his greatest treasure. Then came the moment that would etch itself forever in the memory of faith. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. The boy did not struggle, his trust in his father an unshakable fortress even here at the precipice of death. Abraham's hand, gnarled and weathered by a lifetime of journeying, reached out and took the knife to slay his son. The glint of the blade caught the sun, a flash of finality. In that suspended moment, as his heart shattered and his will held firm, the voice of the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven. Abraham's name was spoken twice, a urgent, arresting call that halted the descent of the knife. The command was swift and clear. Do not lay a hand on the boy. Now it was known that Abraham feared God, for he had not withheld his son, his only son. As Abraham's trembling hands untied the bonds and lifted his weeping son from the wood, his eyes, blurred with tears of relief and awe, caught movement in a nearby thicket. There, caught by its horns, was a ram. It was a substitute, a provision prepared by a faithful God who had never intended the death of the boy, only the absolute surrender of the father's heart. With a gratitude that shook his entire being, Abraham took the ram and offered it up as a burnt offering in place of his son. He named that place, "The Lord Will Provide," a testament echoing through the generations. Then the 2 of them descended the mountain, their return journey bathed in a profound and speechless peace. The father's arm was wrapped around his son's shoulders, a protective, grateful embrace that spoke of a love tested and refined, of a promise not broken, but miraculously reaffirmed. The test was over, and the lesson was seared into Abraham's soul. Divine providence, however mysterious its path, always leads to a place of ultimate peace for those who trust and obey. The wilderness was a vast, unforgiving cathedral of stone and shadow, a landscape of exile that mirrored the desolation in Jacob's soul. Every crunch of his sandal on the gravel, every whisper of the wind through the dry thistles, seemed to echo his brother's murderous rage and his own desperate flight. He was a fugitive, not just from Esau's wrath, but from the life he had known, a supplanter cast out into the emptiness with nothing but the clothes on his back and a stolen blessing burning like a coal in his memory. As the sun bled out behind the hills of Luz, the loneliness was a physical weight, a cold stone in his chest. He was utterly alone, severed from family, from inheritance, from any future that seemed secure. With a weary sigh, he gathered a few of the smooth, sun-warmed stones from the riverbed, piling them into a crude pillow. It was an act of profound humility, this laying of his head upon the cold, unyielding earth, a surrender to the harsh reality of his circumstance. The scent of dust and wild thyme filled his nostrils as he lay down, the vast canopy of stars above him a tapestry of silent, indifferent light. His eyes closed not in peaceful sleep, but in exhausted defeat, his dreams surely haunted by the face of the brother he had wronged. But the night held a different vision. As Jacob sank into the depths of slumber, the veil between heaven and earth grew thin, then tore asunder. In his dream, a ladder was set upon the earth, its top reaching to the very heart of heaven. It was not a structure built by human hands, but a living conduit of divine traffic, a spiral staircase of light and purpose. And upon it, the angels of God were ascending and descending, a continuous, flowing river of celestial beings. Their forms were not fearsome, but radiant, their movements a silent, graceful dance between the realms. They passed each other on the luminous rungs. Their purpose, as inscrutable as their peace, was palpable. This was no distant, removed heaven. It was a realm intimately connected to the very ground on which he, a lonely deceiver, lay sleeping. The chasm between the divine and the desolate was bridged by this stunning vertical road, and the message was clear. He was not alone. The desolate place was holy ground. Then a presence stood beside him, or perhaps above him, a voice that was not sound but substance, resonating in the core of his being. It was the Lord, the God of his father Isaac and his grandfather Abraham, claiming this patch of wilderness as his own. The voice made promises that spanned generations, vows that reached back to the covenant made with Abraham and forward into a future Jacob could scarcely imagine. The land on which he lay would be given to him and his offspring, a people who would be as the dust of the earth, spreading abroad to the west and the east, to the north and the south. In him and in his offspring, all the families of the earth would be blessed. And then came the promise meant for him alone, the fugitive. God was with him. He would keep him wherever he went, and would bring him back to this land. The assurance did not erase his past or instantly calm his fears, but it laid a foundation of peace beneath the shifting sands of his circumstance. The covenant was not broken by his deceit. It was pursuing him in his exile. Jacob awoke with a start, the first rays of dawn painting the eastern sky in hues of rose and gold. A profound awe held him motionless. The vision etched upon his sight more vividly than the physical world coming into focus. "The Lord is in this place," he whispered, "and I did not know it." A holy fear, a reverence that was closer to wonder than to terror, settled upon him. This was none other than the house of God, this gate of heaven. He took the stone that had been his pillow, the cold, common rock that had witnessed the divine, and set it up as a pillar. He poured oil upon its summit, a simple anointing that consecrated the spot, marking it as a place of meeting. He renamed the location Bethel, the house of God, for the wilderness was no longer a place of banishment, but a sanctuary. His flight was no longer merely an escape. It was the first step of a journey under the direct, watchful care of the God who meets us in our most lonely places. The comfort that filled Jacob was not the comfort of eased circumstances. He was still a man on the run, his belly empty, his destination uncertain. The comfort was the deep, unshakable rest found in a promise. The ladder had not been for him to climb, but for God to descend, to announce his presence and his purpose. The covenant promises of land and descendants, which had felt like the inheritance of better men, were now his to hold in the hollow of his faith. He made a vow there, not as a bargain, but as a response, a declaration of trust in the God who had found him. If God would be with him, keep him, give him bread to eat and clothing to wear, and bring him back in peace to his father's house, then the Lord would be his God. The if was not a condition of doubt, but the grammar of a relationship newly born. The stone pillar stood as a witness, not just to a dream, but to a turning point. Jacob rose from that place a different man, his shoulders straighter, his step more purposeful. The rest he carried with him was the quiet assurance that the path ahead, however long and difficult, was held within the unwavering promise of the God of Bethel. The vibrant threads of a father's favor could weave a prison as surely as a pit. For Joseph, the beloved son of Jacob's old age, the coat was a masterpiece of affection, a garment of many colors that flowed around him like a waterfall of royal dyes, crimson, sapphire, and gold. It was a declaration, a banner of preference that set him apart from his brothers in the dusty fields of Hebron. When he moved, the coat whispered of his father's heart, a soft, rustling reminder that he was the chosen one. But to the 10 older brothers, the coat was not a blessing. It was an accusation. It was the visible sign of a love they did not share, a constant fluttering insult in the corner of their vision as they labored under the sun. The fabric, so fine and richly hued, seemed to mock their own simple, sweat-stained tunics. Resentment, a slow and poisonous vine, began to twist around their hearts, its roots fed by every glance their father gave Joseph, every tender word spoken to the dreamer, who did not seem to belong in their world of calloused hands and simple toil. The dreams arrived like sparks on dry tinder, visions that fell from Joseph's lips with an innocence that was both beautiful and devastating. He spoke of sheaves in a field where his own sheaf stood upright, while theirs gathered around and bowed down to it. He spoke of the sun, the moon, and 11 stars bowing down to him. The images were stark, their meaning impossible to misinterpret. The audacity of the visions, coupled with the infuriating purity with which he shared them, stripped the last veneer of fraternal patience from his brothers. The dreams were not mere fantasies. They were prophecies of a hierarchy they would never accept, a future where the boy in the colorful coat would rule over them. Their jealousy curdled into a cold, calculating hatred. They could no longer speak peacefully to him. The very air around the family camp grew thick with a silent, seething rage, a storm gathering behind clenched teeth and averted eyes, waiting for the moment to break. That moment came in the distant fields of Dothan, far from their father's protective gaze. Jacob, concerned for his other sons, had sent Joseph to check on their welfare. The brothers saw him from a distance, the familiar, hated silhouette approaching across the rolling hills, the coat a bright blot of color against the muted landscape. The sight was a trigger. Here was the dreamer, alone and vulnerable, The whispered plot was swift and brutal. They would kill him and throw him into one of the empty cisterns, then claim a wild beast had devoured him. They would see what would become of his dreams then. Reuben, the eldest, felt a pang of conscience and intervened, suggesting they simply cast him into the pit alive, intending to secretly rescue him later. It was a thin thread of mercy in a tapestry of violence. When Joseph reached them, they swarmed him, their hands not in greeting, but in violence. They stripped the beautiful coat from his shoulders, the symbol of all their grievance, and with rough, angry hands, they cast him into the dry, dark pit. The thud of his body hitting the hard earth below was a sound of finality, followed by his cries, which echoed faintly from the depths, a heartbreaking counterpoint to their cold, satisfied silence as they sat down to eat. As they ate, their guilt began to stir, a restless serpent uncoiling in their bellies. The sight of a caravan winding its way along the trade route provided a convenient, mercenary solution. A company of Ishmaelites, their camels laden with spices, balm, and myrrh, offered a way to be rid of their brother without the stain of his blood directly on their hands. Judah, seeing the opportunity, proposed they sell him. Why kill him and conceal his blood when they could profit from their betrayal? The transaction was swift and clinical. They hauled their brother from the darkness of the pit and sold him for 20 pieces of silver. The clink of the coins was the sound of a soul bartered, a life exchanged for a merchant's price. They watched as the Ishmaelites led him away, a small receding figure chained to a future of bondage. To them he was a problem solved, a dream extinguished. They took the coat, the beautiful many-colored coat, and slaughtered a goat, dipping the garment in its blood. They carried the lie back to their father, a fabricated tragedy woven from their own sin. "We found this," they said. "Identify it, please. Is it your son's robe or not?" Jacob's anguished cry tore through the peace of the camp, a raw sound of a heart breaking. He recognized the coat immediately, the masterpiece of his love, now a shroud of gore. He rent his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned for his son for many days. His grief was a bottomless pit, and all his children, the very architects of his sorrow, tried to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. He would go down to Sheol mourning, he declared. The brothers, watching their father's inconsolable sorrow, were left with the hollow victory of their scheme. The dreamer was gone, the coat was ruined, but the silence that descended upon them was not the peace they had sought. It was the heavy, suffocating quiet of a shared, unconfessed guilt, a ghost that would haunt their family for years to come. They had sought to destroy a dream, but in doing so, they had only set in motion a divine plan they could not possibly comprehend, a journey through trials that would ultimately forge a resilience capable of bringing peace to nations and reconciliation to their own fractured house. The descent from favored son to forgotten prisoner was a plunge into a world of shadows and stone. Joseph, stripped of his coat and his identity, found himself in the bowels of an Egyptian dungeon, a place where hope seemed to suffocate under the weight of damp, cold rock. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and despair, the only sounds the distant drip of water and the occasional clank of chains. Yet, even in this pit, a quiet integrity anchored his soul. He had been betrayed by his brothers, falsely accused by Potiphar's wife after resisting her relentless advances. A moment of profound moral clarity where he had chosen loyalty to his master and to his God over fleeting, sinful pleasure. Her spiteful lie had cost him his position, but not his character. In the darkness, Joseph did not rage or despair. Instead, he tended to the small duties of the prison with the same diligence he had shown in Potiphar's house, his inner calm a stark contrast to the chaos around him. The chief jailer, noticing this steady, trustworthy presence, gradually entrusted him with the oversight of the other prisoners. Joseph became a keeper within the kept, a flicker of order in the heart of disorder, his faith a silent, steady flame that the dungeon's gloom could not extinguish. Divine timing often announces itself in the language of troubled dreams. 2 new prisoners arrived in the dungeon, the king's chief cupbearer and his chief baker, both fallen from Pharaoh's favor. One morning, Joseph noticed their faces were downcast, shadows of anxiety clouding their features. He inquired, and they confessed to dreams they could not decipher, visions that haunted their sleep. Joseph, with a humility that belied the gift within him, told them that interpretations belonged to God. He invited them to tell their dreams. The cupbearer went first, describing a vine with 3 branches that budded, blossomed, and produced grapes, which he then pressed into Pharaoh's cup. Joseph's face softened with a knowing light. The 3 branches were 3 days. He explained, within 3 days, Pharaoh would restore the cupbearer to his office. Then, seeing the hope in the man's eyes, and perhaps sensing his own need, Joseph made a quiet, heartfelt plea. Remember me when it is well with you, and show me kindness by mentioning me to Pharaoh, so I might be brought out of this place. The baker, encouraged by the favorable interpretation, shared his dream of 3 cake baskets on his head, with birds eating from the topmost one. Joseph's expression grew somber. The 3 baskets were also 3 days, he said, but within that time Pharaoh would lift the baker's head from him and hang him on a tree, where the birds would consume his flesh. The interpretations proved devastatingly accurate. In 3 days, Pharaoh celebrated his birthday, restored the cupbearer, and executed the baker. But the cupbearer, in the relief of his own deliverance, forgot Joseph, leaving the dreamer to 2 more long years of waiting in the silent, stony dark. Those years stretched on, a test of patience that honed Joseph's spirit like a whetstone on a blade. Then a crack of divine light split the monotony. Pharaoh himself was troubled by dreams, 2 powerful, repetitive visions that his magicians and wise men could not unravel. He dreamed of 7 sleek, fat cows emerging from the Nile, only to be devoured by 7 gaunt, ugly cows that came up after them. He dreamed again of a single stalk of grain with 7 plump and good heads, which were then swallowed by 7 thin, blighted heads. The royal court was baffled, and a palpable anxiety settled over the palace. It was in this moment of national crisis that the chief cupbearer's memory was violently jogged. He remembered the young Hebrew slave, the quiet interpreter in the dungeon, and his failure of 2 years prior. With a rush of belated conscience, he recounted the story to Pharaoh. The king, desperate for an answer, sent for Joseph. They hurried him from the dungeon, shaved him, changed his clothes, and brought him before the ruler of Egypt. Pharaoh fixed his imperial gaze upon the young man and stated simply, "I have had a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. But I have heard it said of you that when you hear a dream you can interpret it." Joseph stood before the most powerful man in the known world, the scent of the dungeon still clinging to his memory. His response was a masterpiece of humility and faith. "It is not in me," he said. "God will give Pharaoh a favorable answer." He did not claim the power for himself, but directed all credit and authority to the divine source. As Pharaoh recounted his dreams, Joseph listened with a profound stillness, his mind and spirit open. Then, with a clarity that could only have been divinely given, he explained that the two dreams were one. The 7 good cows and the 7 good ears of grain were 7 years of great plenty that were coming to all the land of Egypt. The 7 lean, ugly cows and the 7 blighted ears were 7 years of famine that would follow, so severe that the years of plenty would be forgotten. The dream was doubled, Joseph explained, because the thing was fixed by God, and God would shortly bring it about. But Joseph did not stop at the interpretation. Emboldened by the same Spirit that gave him understanding, he offered a plan. He advised Pharaoh to appoint a discerning and wise man over the land of Egypt to organize the collection of 1/5 of the produce during the 7 plentiful years, storing the grain in designated cities. This reserve would be a treasury against the 7 years of famine, so that the land might not perish. Pharaoh and all his servants were struck by the wisdom and the spirit that was in this former slave. The solution was not only brilliant, but breathed with a divine practicality. Pharaoh recognized that the Spirit of God was in Joseph, making him the most fitting person in the kingdom to enact the very plan he had proposed. In a stunning reversal of fortune, the prisoner became the vizier. Pharaoh took his signet ring from his own hand and put it on Joseph's finger, clothed him in garments of fine linen, and put a gold chain around his neck. He gave him the Egyptian name Zaphenath-Paneah, and gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, as his wife. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. He went out from the presence of Pharaoh and traveled throughout all the land of Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, he oversaw the gathering of vast quantities of grain, storing it in the cities until the granaries were overflowing like the sands of the sea. When the famine struck, as foretold, and spread over all the earth, Joseph opened the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians and to all who came from other lands. The pit, the prison, and the painful years of waiting had all been threads in a larger tapestry, woven by a sovereign hand to place him in a position not just to save a nation, but to preserve the very line of the promise, turning the hardship of one into the hope of many, and revealing how faith can forge a path from betrayal to providence, culminating in a profound and lasting inner calm. A whisper of terror moved through the Hebrew slave quarters, a cold draft seeping under doorways and chilling the hearts of mothers. Pharaoh's decree was absolute, a sentence of death for every newborn Hebrew boy, an attempt to drown a nation's future in the waters of the Nile. In one humble home, this edict collided with a fierce, quiet love. A Levite woman had given birth to a son, and he was beautiful. For 3 months she managed to conceal him, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm in time with the soldiers' marching feet outside. Every muffled cry from the infant was a potential death knell, every creak of the floorboard a signal of discovery. Her small home became both a sanctuary and a prison, the air thick with the scent of fear and a mother's desperate prayers. But as the child grew, his voice grew stronger, and concealment became impossible. The moment she had dreaded arrived, forcing her to enact a plan born of both despair and a stubborn, unspoken faith. She would not hand him over to the sword. She would entrust him to the river, the very instrument of the king's wrath. With hands that trembled not from weakness, but from the magnitude of her act, she wove a small basket of papyrus reeds. She coated it meticulously with bitumen and pitch, creating a tiny, watertight ark. It was a fragile vessel of hope, a miniature echo of the great salvation of Noah. She placed her son inside, his dark eyes looking up at her with an innocence that broke her heart. Then, carrying the basket as if it held the weight of the world, she went down to the river's edge, her daughter Miriam trailing at a careful distance, a silent, watchful shadow. The Nile flowed, broad and powerful, its currents capable of both sustaining life and delivering death. Choosing a quiet spot among the reeds, she gently set the basket adrift, her fingers lingering on the woven rim for a final agonizing moment before she let go. The current caught it, pulling it slowly away from the bank and into the unknown. She retreated into the cover of the bulrushes, her gaze locked on the tiny ark as it bobbed on the water, a speck of defiance against the great, indifferent flow of the river. The peace that followed was not an absence of fear, but a profound surrender. It was the quiet that comes when human effort has reached its end and a deeper providence must take over. The mother's work was done. Now it was in the hands of the river and the God who commands it. Miriam, hidden among the reeds, became the guardian of this peace. Her young eyes, sharp and unwavering, followed the basket's progress, her entire being focused on that single point of hope. She was a silent sentinel, her watchfulness a prayer in action. The sun beat down, dragonflies skimmed the water's surface, and the world carried on, oblivious to the drama unfolding in the shallows. The basket drifted, cradled by the gentle currents, until it came to rest in a sheltered eddy, near the very place where the princess of Egypt, Pharaoh's daughter, had come with her attendants to bathe. The divine choreography was flawless, a quiet alignment of chance and purpose that turned a death sentence into a royal audience. The princess, descending to the water, noticed the strange little vessel among the reeds. Curiosity prompted her to send one of her slave girls to fetch it. When the lid was opened, the baby inside began to cry, a soft, helpless sound that pierced the royal woman's heart. She looked at the Hebrew child, his features marking him as one of the condemned, and she felt a compassion that overruled her father's cruel decree. "This is one of the Hebrews' children," she said, her voice laced not with disgust, but with pity. At that moment, Miriam emerged from her hiding place. With a courage that belied her youth, she approached the princess and offered a solution that seemed to spring from simple, practical wisdom. "Shall I go and call a nurse from the Hebrew women to nurse the child for you?" The princess, seeing the earnest girl, agreed. Miriam did not run. She flew, her feet barely touching the ground, returning with the baby's own mother. The princess gave the woman the child, instructing her to nurse him and promising wages for her service. The mother, holding her son once more, this time with the sanction of the Egyptian court, felt a peace so deep it was beyond tears. God's protection had been a quiet, unfolding reality, hidden in a daughter's watchfulness, a princess's compassion, and the miraculous return of her own arms to cradle the child destined for a greater purpose. The boy grew, weaned from his mother's milk and his mother's home, and was brought to the princess, who named him Moses, saying, I drew him out of the water. He was raised in the opulence of the palace, educated in all the wisdom of Egypt, yet the foundational years of his life had been shaped in a Hebrew home, steeped in the stories of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He carried within him the peace of a divine calling, a sense of being set apart, preserved through a sequence of quiet, courageous acts. His life, saved by the collaboration of women, a mother's ingenuity, a sister's vigilance, and a princess's mercy, was a testament to the truth that God's plans are often woven in the hidden, faithful threads of ordinary lives. Moses, the child of the river, was now a prince of Egypt, yet his true identity and the peace of his purpose were rooted in the memory of a basket among the reeds and the unwavering providence that had guided it safely home. The wilderness of Midian was a crucible of solitude, a vast expanse of sun-bleached rock and scrub where a man could lose himself for decades. For Moses, the once prince of Egypt, it had become a refuge and a prison. The glittering halls of Pharaoh's palace were a lifetime away, replaced by the endless bleating chorus of his father-in-law's flocks. His days were measured in the slow trek from one sparse pasture to the next, his thoughts a silent circular path through the ruins of his former life, the failed intervention, the dead Egyptian, the fearful rejection by his own people. He was a shepherd now, his hands calloused from the staff, his skin weathered by the relentless sun, his soul tempered by the quiet, grinding humility of his new existence. He led the flock to the far side of the wilderness, to the mountain of God, Horeb, a place of stark, soaring cliffs that seemed to scrape the sky. It was a landscape that mirrored the emptiness within him, a monument to a calling that had died in the desert dust. Then he saw it. A bush was on fire, its branches wreathed in a vibrant, leaping flame. At first, it was a common enough sight in the dry heat. A lightning strike or a stray spark could easily set the brittle brush ablaze. But as Moses watched, a slow, dawning wonder gripped him. The bush was not being consumed. The flames danced and flickered with an unnatural life, a golden, twisting energy that devoured nothing, that left the leaves and twigs perfectly intact, even lush. It was a fire that sustained rather than destroyed, a miracle of perpetual energy that defied every law of the natural world. The sight pulled him from his ruminations, his shepherd's detachment shattered by this impossible phenomenon. Curiosity, a feeling long dormant, stirred within him. He turned aside from the path to see this great sight, his heart beating a little faster, the dry air suddenly charged with a palpable, waiting presence. The ordinary wilderness had become a threshold. As he drew nearer, a voice called to him from the midst of the bush. It was not a sound that traveled on the air, but one that originated within his own being, a resonance that shook the foundations of his soul. Moses, Moses! The repetition of his name was both an intimate recognition and a profound summons. Instinctively, he answered, "Here I am." Then the voice commanded him to remove his sandals, for the place on which he was standing was holy ground. The instruction was simple, yet it carried the weight of eternity. This was not merely a patch of desert, it was a sanctuary, a point of intersection where the divine pressed into the mundane. With trembling hands, Moses complied, his bare feet feeling the granular heat of the sand, a physical acknowledgment of his vulnerability in the presence of the utterly sacred. The air grew still, the only movement the undying flame of the bush, the only sound the pounding of his own blood in his ears. The voice identified itself as the God of his father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. At this, Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look at God. The Lord continued, speaking of having seen the affliction of his people in Egypt and hearing their cry. He declared his intention to deliver them from the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up to a good and broad land, a land flowing with milk and honey. And then came the words that turned Moses' awe into sheer terror. Come, I will send you to Pharaoh, that you may bring my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. The call was direct, personal, and impossible. The peace of the moment shattered, replaced by a surge of panic. Who was he? A failed prince? A fugitive shepherd to stand before a king? The memories of his past failure rose like ghosts, taunting him. He stammered his objections, his voice a thin reed in the vastness of the divine presence. Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the children of Israel out of Egypt? The answer was not a bolstering of Moses' identity, but a revelation of God's. I will be with you, the voice declared, a promise that was both a comfort and a terrifying responsibility. Then Moses, grasping for a theological loophole, asked for the name of this God. What should he tell the Israelites when they ask who has sent him? The reply came, a statement of absolute self-existent being that would echo through the ages. I am who I am. Tell them, I am has sent me to you. It was a name that defied containment, a declaration of eternal, unchanging, sovereign presence. God was not a God of a place or a people. He was the ground of all being, the one who simply is. In that name, every one of Moses' hesitations, his inadequacy, his past, his fear of the future, was swallowed up in the overwhelming reality of the one who called him. The encounter was no longer about Moses' ability, but about God's unshakable faithfulness. The divine voice continued, laying out the plan in detail, promising signs and wonders, and even addressing Moses' claim of being slow of speech by appointing his brother Aaron as a spokesman. Yet the heart of the encounter, the moment of true transformation, had already occurred at the revelation of the great I Am. The burning bush, a symbol of God's holy, sustaining presence that does not consume, had seared itself into Moses' spirit. His fears did not vanish, but they were now framed within a context of divine companionship and ultimate authority. The peace that settled over him as the vision faded was not the absence of conflict, but the deep, soul-level rest that comes from encountering the holy and hearing one's name called by the eternal. He was still a shepherd on a mountainside, but he was now a shepherd who had stood on holy ground, who had heard the name of God, and who carried within him the terrifying, awesome peace of a divine commission. The bush had burned, and Moses, though outwardly unchanged, had been utterly consumed by a purpose greater than himself, finding his rest in the great I Am. A terrible stillness had fallen over the land of Egypt, a silence more profound than the deepest night, pregnant with a dread that seeped into the very stones of the houses. 9 plagues had scarred the nation, each one a divine rebuke that had hardened Pharaoh's heart and shattered the peace of the people. Now, The final and most awful judgment was poised to strike, a visitation of the destroyer that would pass through the land and claim every firstborn son from the heir to the throne down to the lowliest prisoner in the dungeon. But for the children of Israel, huddled in their slave quarters, a different word had been spoken, a word of deliverance wrapped in the stark, bloody ritual of redemption. In the gathering twilight, a strange and solemn activity began in every Hebrew home. A spotless lamb chosen days before was brought in from the flock. With a reverence born of obedience, the head of the household took a knife and sacrificed the innocent creature, its lifeblood caught in a basin. Then, with a bundle of hyssop, he dipped into the blood and painted it on the 2 doorposts and the lintel of the house. The mark was stark and crimson against the mud brick, a sign of faith, a boundary between life and death. Inside, the family gathered, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of the roasting lamb on the fire. The air was thick with the scent of bitter herbs and unleavened bread, a meal eaten in haste, with loins girded and staff in hand, a people prepared for a journey they could scarcely imagine. Within those marked dwellings, an uncanny peace prevailed, a sanctuary of trust amidst the gathering storm. The parents looked at their firstborn sons, sleeping or watching with wide, solemn eyes, and felt a protective love so fierce it was a physical ache. Yet beneath that natural fear was a deeper current of assurance. They had obeyed the detailed, precise commands delivered through Moses. The lamb had been without blemish, its blood applied as directed. They remained indoors, trusting that the sign on their door would be seen and honored. The bitter herbs tasted of their affliction, a reminder of the years of bondage, but the roasted lamb was the taste of salvation, of a substitute offered in their place. They ate in the hushed quiet of faith, every crunch of the unleavened bread a sound of readiness, every glance at the door a silent prayer. The peace they experienced was not the absence of a terrible reality outside, but the presence of a divine promise within. It was the deep, inexplicable calm that comes from placing oneself squarely within the terms of a covenant of grace, a rest found not in understanding, but in obedient action. At the stroke of midnight, a shudder passed through the land of Egypt, a wave of grief so vast it seemed the very stars dimmed in sympathy. A great cry went up, a sound woven from the anguish of 1,000,000 hearts breaking at once, a wail that began in the palace and echoed through every Egyptian home. There was not a house where someone was not dead. The angel of death had passed through, executing a perfect and terrible judgment. But over the houses of the Israelites, a different reality held sway. The destroyer passed over. The blood on the lintel and doorposts was not a magical charm, but a God-appointed token, a signal that the price of redemption had been paid in that home, that the judgment had already fallen on a substitute. Inside, the families heard the distant, horrifying cacophony of mourning, a sound that would haunt Egypt for generations. Yet within their own walls there was only the profound silence of salvation, the quiet breathing of their children, the palpable sense of a divine shield that had held firm. The angel of death had seen the blood and passed over, and in that passing was a peace so powerful it felt like a physical force, a bubble of life in a sea of death. As the first gray light of dawn touched the eastern horizon, the nature of their peace was transformed. It was no longer the quiet of waiting, but the electric calm of imminent liberation. The wails of the Egyptians were now mingled with urgent, desperate pleas for the Israelites to leave. Pharaoh himself summoned Moses and Aaron in the dead of night, his will finally broken, his own house touched by death. He commanded them to go, to take their flocks and herds and be gone, to bless him also. The word spread like wildfire through the Hebrew quarters. The time of waiting was over. The peace of obedience now became the peace of deliverance. They gathered their kneading bowls, still filled with unleavened dough, and their few precious belongings. They asked the Egyptians for articles of silver and gold and clothing, and the Lord had given them favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they let them have what they asked. Thus they plundered Egypt. There was no triumphant shouting, no vengeful gloating, only a swift, orderly exodus, a people moving as one body, propelled by a divinely wrought urgency, and the profound, soul-deep rest that comes from witnessing the fulfillment of a long-awaited promise. They streamed out of Goshen, a vast, countless multitude on foot, a river of humanity flowing toward the wilderness. The mark of the Lamb's blood was behind them, a sign that had secured their freedom. The peace they carried with them was the peace of the redeemed. It was the assurance that they were a people bought with a price, set apart by the blood of the Passover Lamb. Their journey into the unknown was undertaken not as fugitives, but as a liberated nation under the direct protection of the God who had judged their oppressors and spared their sons. The night of terror was over. The day of deliverance had dawned. And as they marched, the memory of that hushed, blood-marked interior, the taste of the lamb and the bitter herbs, and the sound of the death angel passing over would be etched forever in their collective soul, a perpetual reminder that true and lasting peace is found only under the shelter of the blood of the Lamb. The thunder of chariot wheels was a storm brewing on the horizon, a sound that turned the new-found joy of the Israelites into a cold, gripping terror. They were encamped by the sea, the vast, impassable waters of the Red Sea before them, and behind, the full might of Egypt's army, led by a vengeful Pharaoh who had regretted his decision to let his slave labor go. The dust cloud, raised by 600 chosen chariots, and all the other chariots of Egypt rose like a brown fog, swallowing the sky. Panic, sharp and acrid, spread through the camp. Cries of despair rose from the people, their brief taste of freedom turning to ashes in their mouths. They accused Moses of leading them into the desert to die, believing it would have been better to serve the Egyptians than to perish in this desolate place. The sea was a wall in front, the army a wall behind, and between them only the shifting sands of a hopeless trap. The peace of their exodus had shattered, replaced by the primal fear of imminent destruction. But Moses stood, a solitary figure of calm in the maelstrom of fear. His voice cut through the chaos, not with a shout, but with a steady, resonant command that carried the weight of the divine encounter at the burning bush. "Do not be afraid," he told them. "Stand firm and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will work for you today. The Egyptians you see today, you shall never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be silent." His words were not a platitude, but a declaration of a different reality, one rooted in the power of the great I Am. As the people fell into a hushed, trembling silence, Moses turned his face toward the sea. He stretched out his hand over the waters, the same hand that had once held a shepherd's staff, now wielding the authority of heaven. And a miracle began to unfold, not with a cataclysmic roar, but with a deep, groaning shift in the fabric of creation itself. A strong east wind began to blow, sent by the Lord. It blew all that night, a relentless howling force that did not merely part the waters, but pushed them back. The sea began to recede, the waves piling up like walls on the right hand and on the left. The muddy seabed was exposed, not as a swampy mire, but as dry ground, the wind baking the wet sand and clay into a firm, passable highway. The path that opened before them was impossible, a corridor of deliverance carved through the very heart of the sea. The walls of water, held back by an invisible divine force, shimmered in the emerging moonlight, translucent and towering, filled with the silent, shadowy forms of fish and marine creatures swimming in their arrested currents. The pillar of cloud which had guided them by day moved from in front of them and took its place behind them, standing between the camp of Israel and the camp of Egypt. To the Israelites, it was a source of light, illuminating the incredible path ahead. To the Egyptians, it was a wall of darkness and confusion, throwing their pursuit into disarray and halting their advance. The way was made. Trust, which had moments before been a distant theory, now became a necessary step-by-step action. At Moses' command, the entire nation of Israel began to move forward into the midst of the sea on the dry ground. It was a procession of awe and trepidation. The sound of their footsteps was muffled by the sand, their faces illuminated by the eerie, filtered light from the watery walls. Children clung to their parents' hands, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder, staring up at the suspended waves that should have been their grave. The air was cool and moist, smelling of salt and deep ocean, and the only sounds were the muffled roar of the wind above and the quiet, collective breath of a people walking through a miracle. They moved with a hushed reverence, every step a testament to the power of the God who makes a way where there is no way. The path was long, the journey through the sea an eternity of faith, but the pillar of fire behind them was a guarantee of their protection, a divine shield against the fury of their pursuers. As the last of the Israelites reached the far shore, the Egyptians, in their blinded arrogance, drove their chariots into the path. The wheels of their finest chariots began to clog and stick in the drying, yet still treacherous, seabed. Panic seized the army. In the murky darkness of the cloud, they realized they were fighting not against slaves, but against God himself. It was the Lord who was fighting for Israel, they cried, but it was too late. As the dawn began to break, the Lord looked down on the Egyptian army from the pillar of fire and cloud and threw them into a panic. He clogged their chariot wheels, making them drive with difficulty. Then, with the entire host of Pharaoh in the midst of the sea, Moses stretched out his hand once more. As the morning appeared, the sea returned to its normal course. The walls of water, held back for hours by a divine word, collapsed with a roar that shook the foundations of the world. The waters rushed back, covering the chariots and the horsemen, the entire army of Pharaoh that had followed them into the sea. Not one of them remained. The mighty power of Egypt, the symbol of their oppression for centuries, was swallowed up in a moment, silenced forever by the very waters they had believed would trap their prey. On the safe shore, the Israelites watched, their hearts pounding in a rhythm of terror, awe, and finally, overwhelming relief. They saw the great power that the Lord had used against the Egyptians, and the people feared the Lord, and they believed in the Lord and in his servant Moses. Then a song broke forth, a spontaneous, powerful hymn of deliverance that rose from the lips of Moses and all the people. It was a song of triumph, praising the Lord as a man of war, glorious in power, who had hurled the horse and its rider into the sea. The terror of the night was forgotten, replaced by a sublime, unshakable calm. The peace that settled over them was the calm after liberation, a profound stillness born from witnessing absolute salvation. They were free, truly free, not just from a political oppressor, but from the very shadow of death that had pursued them to the water's edge. The sea, once a barrier of death, was now a monument to life, its quiet waves washing ashore only the peace of a people redeemed by a power greater than any empire. They stood on the wilderness side, the song of deliverance on their lips, and the future, though unknown, was bathed in the brilliant, untroubled light of a trust that had been forged in the depths of the sea. The mountain trembled as if the very bones of the earth were groaning under a weight too immense to bear. Sinai was a cauldron of divine fury and majesty, its peak shrouded in a thick, roiling cloud shot through with lightning. Thunder boomed, not as a sound from the sky, but as a voice that seemed to emanate from the core of creation, a deep, resonant bass note that shook the dust from the Israelites' sandals and rattled the stones at their feet. The air crackled with a palpable holiness, thick with the scent of ozone and scorched stone, and the entire camp, huddled at the mountain's base, trembled in a collective awe that bordered on terror. They were a newly freed people, their spirit still raw from the brick pits of Egypt, now standing before the terrifying spectacle of the God who had delivered them. This was not the quiet intimacy of the burning bush, but a theophany of cosmic power, a display meant to impress upon them the absolute, unapproachable holiness of the lawgiver. The smoke of the mountain ascended like the smoke of a furnace, and the sound of a trumpet grew louder and louder, a shofar blast that demanded attention and signaled a moment of eternal significance. Yet, within this terrifying display was a profound and merciful purpose. The thunder was not meant to annihilate, but to announce. The lightning was not for destruction, but for illumination. The God who had brought them out with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm was now providing the framework for their new life as a free society. The laws that would be given were not arbitrary restrictions, but the architecture of shalom, a comprehensive peace that wove together their relationship with God and with one another into a single harmonious tapestry. The first commands carved a sacred boundary around the divine, establishing a fundamental order for the soul. They were to have no other gods, for he alone was the source of their identity and deliverance. They were to make no carved image, for the infinite could not be contained in the finite, and such attempts always led to a diminished, manageable deity who could not save. They were not to take the Lord's name in vain, for his name was his character, and to treat it lightly was to unravel the very fabric of truth and covenant. These were the pillars of a vertical peace, a right ordering of the human heart toward its Creator, the essential foundation without which all other peace would be a fragile facade. The commands then turned horizontally, mapping out the pathways for societal harmony. The call to honor father and mother was the bedrock of a stable community, a recognition that the family unit was the primary school of respect and the first government. This command, with its promise of long life in the land, was a practical guarantee of continuity and cultural health, a peace that flowed from the honor of one generation to the next. The prohibition against murder established the infinite value of human life, sanctifying the image of God in every person and creating a society where conflicts did not escalate into irreversible, bloody finality. The laws against adultery and theft protected the sacred trusts of covenant and property, the invisible bonds of marriage and the tangible fruits of labor that formed the infrastructure of a trustworthy community. A man could rest, knowing his wife and his possessions were safe. A woman could live without the fear of betrayal or dispossession. This was the peace of secured boundaries, where hearts and homes were fortresses of mutual respect. And then came the commandment that was a gift of rhythm, a divine intervention in the relentless grind of human existence. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. 6 days were for labor, for the sweat of the brow and the meeting of needs. But the seventh was a sanctuary in time. It was a cessation, a deliberate and weekly echo of God's own rest at the dawn of creation. On this day, the plow would rest in the field, the ox would be unyoked, the servant and the sojourner would breathe the same free air as the master of the house. It was a great leveler, a proclamation that human worth was not defined by productivity. The peace of the Sabbath was not merely the absence of work, but the presence of a different kind of fulfillment, the joy of worship, the quiet of family, the restorative power of simply being rather than doing. It was a weekly reminder that their security and provision ultimately came not from their own striving, but from the hand of the God who rested. Finally, the commands against false witness and coveting struck at the roots of social decay, targeting the tongue and the heart. Truth-telling was the mortar that held the community together, and a heart free from covetousness was a heart at rest, able to rejoice in another's blessing rather than being tormented by a perceived lack. These laws were not a heavy yoke, but the loving boundaries of a good father designed to guide his children into a life of profound inner quiet and flourishing external harmony, a society where each person could dwell in safety under their own vine and fig tree, because they feared God and kept his commands. The city of Jericho was a fortress of fear, its massive stone walls a seemingly unbreachable barrier that cast a long, cold shadow over the newly entered land of promise. For the Israelites, camped just beyond its intimidating ramparts, the sight was a direct challenge to the divine assurances that had carried them across the Jordan. The air was thick with the scent of orange blossoms from the surrounding groves, a cruel contrast to the grim reality of the fortified stronghold before them. Its gates were shut tight, barred from within, and no one went out or came in. The silence from the city was a heavy, watchful thing, a collective holding of breath from the inhabitants who knew an army lay at their doorstep. For Joshua, the weight of leadership felt as tangible as the stones of the city walls. The military strategist in him saw no weakness, no chink in the armor of this ancient citadel. But into his anxious spirit came a divine directive so strange, so counter to every law of warfare, that it demanded a faith beyond all human calculation. The victory would not be won by battering rams or siege towers, but by a procession of silent obedience and a final unified shout of trust. The following morning, as the sun's first rays gilded the formidable walls, the Israelite army assembled not for battle, but for a march. At their head were the armed men, but they carried their weapons sheathed. Following them were 7 priests bearing 7 trumpets of ram's horns, their polished curves catching the light. Behind them came the Ark of the Covenant, the visible symbol of God's presence carried on the shoulders of the priests. And at the rear guard followed. In a profound and eerie silence, they began to walk. Their footsteps were the only sound, a soft, rhythmic crunch on the dry earth as they made a single, complete circuit around the massive city. From atop the walls, the defenders of Jericho watched, their initial fear giving way to confusion and perhaps even derision. What kind of army was this that marched in silence without so much as a shouted threat? The Israelites completed their circuit and returned to their camp. The day's strange work done. There was no assault, no parley, only the unsettling quiet of a ritual whose meaning was hidden from human eyes. For 6 days, this silent procession repeated itself. Each dawn, the same solemn assembly, the same circuit in perfect wordless obedience, the same return to camp. The routine became a grinding test of faith. The soldiers, their hands itching for their swords, had to trust that their leader was hearing from God. The people, watching from the camp, had to believe that this bizarre strategy was more powerful than any human plan. Inside the city, the tension must have been unbearable. The daily march, a psychological torment that frayed nerves and sowed doubt. Yet, within the Israelite camp, a peculiar peace began to settle. It was the peace of surrendered strategy, the calm that comes when one stops trying to engineer a solution and simply follows a divine blueprint, step by patient step. The focus shifted from the imposing walls to the act of obedience itself, each silent circuit a thread being woven into a tapestry of faith that would, in its time, bring the fortress down. The 7th day arrived, and with it a shift in the rhythm. The people rose at dawn, but this time they marched not once, but 7 times around the city. The silence was deeper, more intense, charged with a holy anticipation. On the 7th circuit, as the priests prepared to blow the trumpets, Joshua gave the command that had been held in reserve for this precise moment. He had told the people, "Shout, for the Lord has given you the city." The sound that erupted from the Israelite host was not a war cry of human aggression, but a roar of triumphant faith, a collective release of trust in the promise of God. It was a sound that seemed to tear the very air, and as it peaked, the priests blew a long, shattering blast on the trumpets. In that instant, the foundations of the world seemed to groan. The massive stone walls of Jericho, which had stood for generations, trembled from their base. A deep, grinding rumble rose from the earth as the masonry shuddered, and then, in a cataclysmic surrender, collapsed inward upon itself. The dust bloomed into a colossal cloud, and where there had been an impenetrable barrier, there was now a sloping ramp of rubble. Amidst the settling dust and the stunned silence that followed the collapse, one house remained standing, a solitary testimony to a different kind of faith. It was the house of Rahab, the prostitute, built into the city wall. She had hidden the Israelite spies weeks before, trusting in their God over the gods of her own people. In return, she had been promised salvation for herself and her family. The scarlet cord, the sign of her covenant, still hung from her window, a bright slash of color against the gray ruin. As the Israelite army moved in to take the city, they went directly to her home and brought her and all her kindred out safely, placing them outside the camp of Israel. She, a Canaanite woman, was grafted into the story of the promise, her faith securing a peace and a future that the walls of her city could not. The victory was total, achieved without a single Israelite sword being raised in the initial assault. The fall of Jericho was a stunning lesson in divine strategy, a demonstration that the most formidable strongholds of fear and opposition crumble not before human strength, but before the obedient faith of those who trust in the God who fights for them. The peace that settled over the Israelites was the deep, satisfying rest of a promise kept, a land beginning to be won, and a settlement secured not by their own might, but by the power of a shout of faith and the unwavering faithfulness of their God. The silence in the temple at Shiloh was a living thing, a thick, velvety quiet, broken only by the soft, rhythmic breathing of the old priest, Eli, and the occasional sputter of the last embers in the golden lampstand. Its light cast long, dancing shadows across the sacred objects, gilding the edges of the table of showbread and glinting off the altar of incense. In a small chamber nearby, the boy Samuel slept. He was young, his service to the Lord under Eli's care still a new and solemn wonder. The weight of the holy place, usually a comfort, felt different tonight, the air charged with a subtle expectancy, as if the darkness itself were holding its breath. Samuel lay on his simple pallet, his youthful form still and peaceful, his dreams untroubled by the knowledge that the word of the Lord was rare in those days, and visions were not widespread. The spiritual torpor that had settled over Israel had not yet touched his innocent heart. He was simply a boy sleeping in the house of God, a small, faithful flame in a time of dimming light. Then a voice cut through the layers of his sleep. It was clear and distinct, calling his name, Samuel. The sound was not loud, but it was intimate and immediate, as if the speaker stood right beside his bed. Startled awake, the boy sat up, his heart a sudden, frantic drum against his ribs. The instinct was simple and direct. Eli had called him. He rose quickly, his bare feet padding softly on the cool stone floor, and hurried through the shadowy hall to the old priest's side. "Here I am, for you called me," he said, his voice still thick with sleep. Eli roused from his own slumber, blinked in the dim light. He had not called. His voice was gentle but firm. "I did not call, my son. Lie down again." Puzzled but obedient, Samuel returned to his bed, the silence of the temple once again closing around him. He settled back onto his pallet, the mystery of the voice already beginning to feel like a fragment of a dream, its sharp edges softened by the returning tide of sleep. But the voice came a second time. "Samuel!" Again it was unmistakable, personal, and urgent. Again the boy's eyes flew open, the last vestiges of sleep banished by the clarity of the call. Certain now that the old man needed him, he rose and went to Eli once more. "Here I am, for you called me," he repeated. Eli, now more awake, looked at the earnest, concerned face of the boy. A faint stirring of memory, a whisper of a different kind of calling, touched the edges of his mind, but the thought was not yet fully formed. "I did not call, my son," he said again, his tone kind but dismissive. "Lie down again." Samuel obeyed, retreating to his chamber, but this time he did not lie down immediately. He stood in the darkness, listening. The temple was utterly silent, the only sound the low, ragged rhythm of his own breathing. He waited, his entire being straining for a sound that did not come. The peace of the night was now a canvas of anticipation. When the voice came for the third time, it held the same quiet authority, the same personal address. "Samuel!" This time the boy did not hesitate. He went straight to Eli, the certainty of the experience overriding any fear of disturbing the old priest. "Here I am, for you called me." In that moment, the last veil fell from Eli's understanding. The rarity of divine communication, his own failing spiritual sight, and the pure receptive vessel that was the boy Samuel. It all coalesced into a stunning realization. This was not a dream, nor was it his own voice. The Lord was calling the child. A profound humility and a flicker of awe washed over the old priest. He looked at Samuel, his gaze softening with a mixture of reverence and instruction. "Go, lie down," he said, his voice low and earnest, "and if he calls you, you shall say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.'" The words were a key, an orientation of the soul. Eli was guiding the boy to shift his expectation from a human master to a divine one, to open not just his ears, but his entire being to the possibility of a holy encounter. Samuel returned to his place and lay down, his heart pounding not with fear, but with a thrilling sacred dread. The temple was no longer just a building, it was a threshold. The darkness was no longer empty, it was full of a waiting presence. He lay still, his senses heightened, every fiber of his being attuned to the silence. And then, as before, the Lord came and stood, calling as at other times, "Samuel! Samuel!" This time the boy was ready. The words Eli had given him were on his lips, not as a memorized phrase, but as the true cry of his heart. "Speak," he whispered into the waiting darkness, his voice small but steady, "for your servant is listening." The response was not a single sentence, but a profound, unfolding communication. A message began to flow into his spirit, a word about the judgment coming upon the house of Eli for the blasphemous behavior of his sons, a word so weighty and terrible that it would make the ears of anyone who heard it tingle. Samuel lay there until morning, the divine words etching themselves into his young soul. The initial fear of the message gradually being replaced by the deeper peace of having been chosen, of having heard the voice of God and responded. He rose with the dawn, the first rays of light filtering into the temple and illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The duty of tending the lamps felt different now, charged with a new significance. He was afraid to tell the vision to Eli, the weight of the prophecy a heavy burden on his young shoulders. But the old priest called to him. "Samuel, my son," he said, his voice weary but resolute. Samuel came to him and answered, "Here I am." Eli's question was direct. "What was it that he told you? Do not hide it from me." So Samuel told him everything, hiding nothing. He spoke the hard words of judgment, and as he did, a strange peace settled over them both. Eli, hearing the divine verdict, accepted it with a somber resignation. "It is the Lord. Let him do what seems good to him." There was no anger, only a tragic, faithful surrender. And Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, letting none of his words fall to the ground. All Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, knew that Samuel was established as a prophet of the Lord, The peace he carried was not the absence of hard truths, but the profound calm of a life aligned with its divine purpose, a heart that had learned in the quiet of the night to listen, and in listening had found its true calling. The valley of Elah was a stage set for terror, a wide sun-baked basin flanked by two opposing armies whose battle cries had dwindled to a tense, watchful silence. For 40 days, a single figure had dominated this arena, a colossus of bronze and blasphemy named Goliath. His voice, when it roared across the divide, was like the grinding of stones, a sound that crawled up the spine and settled like ice in the heart of every Israelite soldier. He stood over 9 feet tall, a walking fortress clad in scale armor that weighed more than a full-grown man, a javelin of bronze slung across his back, and a spear whose iron point alone was like a weaver's beam. Each morning and evening he would stride into the no-man's land between the camps, his shadow stretching long and menacing to issue his contemptuous challenge. He defied the ranks of Israel, demanding a champion to face him in single combat, the fate of 2 nations resting on the outcome. And each time, a collective shame would wash over King Saul and his army, a paralysis of fear so complete that not a single man, from the highest general to the lowest foot soldier, dared to stir from his position. The standoff was a slow erosion of morale, the giant's laughter a poison seeping into the very soil of the promise. Into this atmosphere of entrenched dread came a boy with a shepherd smell still on his clothes and the dust of Bethlehem on his sandals. David, the youngest son of Jesse, had been sent by his father with provisions for his older brothers, serving in Saul's army. He arrived at the camp just as the armies were drawing up their battle lines, the familiar surge of a war cry going up. He left the supplies with the keeper of the baggage and ran to the ranks to greet his brothers. As he talked with them, the giant Goliath of Gath stepped out from the Philistine lines and shouted his usual defiance. David saw the Israelite men flee from him and were much afraid. He heard them whispering of the king's rich reward for the man who would kill the giant, great riches, the king's daughter in marriage, and tax-free status for his family. But David's attention was caught by something else, a deeper offense that stirred a righteous fire in his soul. "Who is this uncircumcised Philistine," he asked the men standing by, "that he should defy the armies of the living God?" The question was not born of bravado, but of a simple, unshakable theology. He saw not a giant too big to kill, but a mortal man too foolish to challenge the God of Israel. Word of this brash youth and his questions quickly reached King Saul, who sent for him. David stood before the troubled king, his frame slight and young against the royal armor. His words to Saul were not a boast of his own ability, but a testimony of divine deliverance. He spoke of tending his father's sheep, of how a lion and a bear had come and taken a lamb from the flock. He had gone after it, struck it, and rescued the lamb from its mouth. When it turned on him, he had seized it by its beard and killed it. This uncircumcised Philistine would be like one of them, he declared, because he had defied the armies of the living God. "The Lord who delivered me from the paw of the lion and from the paw of the bear," David said with a quiet certainty that brooked no argument, "will deliver me from the hand of this Philistine." Saul, moved by the young man's fierce faith, finally consented. "Go," he said, "and the Lord be with you." Then, in an act of misguided practicality, The king dressed David in his own personal armor. He placed a bronze helmet on his head and clothed him in a coat of mail. David girded Saul's sword over the armor and tried to walk, but he was not used to them. He moved stiffly, encumbered by a strength that was not his own. "I cannot go with these," he said to Saul, "for I have not tested them." And he took them off. Stripped of the king's cumbersome protection, David walked back to the stream that wound through the valley. He moved with the easy, practiced grace of a shepherd, his body free, his spirit unburdened. He knelt by the water, his eyes scanning the bed not for pretty stones, but for tools. His hands, skilled from years of guarding the flock, sifted through the wet gravel until he found 5 smooth stones. They were water-worn, perfectly balanced for the leather pouch of his sling. This was the strength he knew, the weapon he had tested in the lonely fields, a simple trust in the velocity of a stone and the guiding hand of God. He rose, the 5 stones a quiet weight in his pouch, his sling in his hand. He walked out into the broad valley, a solitary figure advancing toward the Titan who had held an army hostage for 40 days. The contrast was almost laughable. A youth with a stick and a sling against a professional warrior encased in metal. From the Philistine lines came hoots of derision. Goliath looked David over and saw that he was but a youth, ruddy and handsome in appearance. He disdained him, cursing David by his gods. "Come to me," he roared, "and I will give your flesh to the birds of the air and to the beasts of the field." David did not break his stride. His voice, when it rang out, was clear and steady, carrying across the valley with a power that belied his years. "You come to me with a sword and with a spear and with a javelin," he called back, "but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hand, and I will strike you down and cut off your head. And I will give the dead bodies of the host of the Philistines this day to the birds of the air and to the wild beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel." The words were a declaration of war not between a boy and a giant, but between the powerless and the powerful, the finite and the infinite. As the giant began his slow, menacing advance, David ran quickly toward the battle line to meet him. His hand moved to his pouch, his fingers closing around one of the smooth stones. It was an action performed 1,000 times in the pasture, a motion as natural as breathing. He placed the stone in the leather cradle of his sling and began to whirl it. The whir of the sling was a soft, deadly hum, a sound Goliath had likely never heard in the clash of melee combat. He lumbered forward, his shield-bearer going before him, his focus on the sword he expected David to draw. He never saw the stone. It was a blur of gray, launched with an accuracy born of faith and countless hours of practice. It flew true, a small, unerring missile, guided by a hand that trusted not in its own skill, but in the promise of the living God. It struck the Philistine on his forehead, and the sound was a sickening crack, like a pot shattering. The stone sank into his brow, and the giant's eyes, wide with sudden, uncomprehending shock, glazed over. His massive body, a moment before a tower of menace, swayed. The great spear fell from his limp hand, and he crashed face down on the ground, the earth shaking with the impact. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the rush of David running forward. He stood over the fallen giant, pulled the man's own great sword from its sheath, and with a final, decisive act, cut off his head. The sight of their champion, headless and defeated, broke the spell over the Philistine army. A great shout went up from the Israelites, and they surged forward, pursuing their fleeing enemies all the way to the gates of their cities. The victory was total, a rout born from a single stone and an unshakable faith. The peace that settled over the camp of Israel that night was the profound, exhilarating calm of a fear conquered, a lesson seared into their hearts that the rest which overcomes terror comes not from the size of our armor, but from the depth of our trust in the God who fights for us. The old storyteller's voice softened, becoming a gentle stream flowing over smooth stones, each word a balm to Eli's weary spirit. The night air, once a canvas for his anxieties, now seemed to hold its breath, the rustling leaves providing a hushed accompaniment to the ancient words. The man did not merely recite the psalm, he breathed it into being, painting a landscape of the soul with the quiet colors of divine assurance. "The Lord is my shepherd," he began, and the statement was not a theological proposition, but a personal confession, an intimate claiming of a relationship that transformed the universe from a trackless waste into a guided pasture. In that simple declaration, the frantic search for direction ceased. The burden of navigating life's bewildering paths lifted from Eli's shoulders, replaced by the image of a vigilant, caring guide who knew the way to green grass and still waters. The storyteller described these places not as distant destinations, but as the shepherd's deliberate leading, a gentle pressure on the soul, guiding it away from the rocky, barren ground of worry and toward the nourishing meadows of contentment. The still waters were not merely for physical thirst, but for the deep, parched places within. A quiet pool where the churning silt of fear and regret could finally settle, leaving a clear, reflective surface of peace. "He restores my soul," the old man continued, and the words carried the weight of a profound, gentle mending. Eli felt it as a tangible presence, like a skilled hand patiently rewearing the frayed threads of his spirit, the torn places of disappointment, and the thin, worn patches of exhaustion. This was not a dramatic, instantaneous healing, but the slow, sure work of a master craftsman who valued the integrity of the original creation. The storyteller spoke of the paths of righteousness, and they were not grim, dutiful trails of moral obligation, but the right paths, the good and fitting ways for which the soul was designed. They were the routes that led home, the trails that wound through the beauty of the high country rather than the treacherous swamps of deceit or the dead-end canyons of selfishness. The shepherd led along these paths for his name's sake, the old man explained, meaning that the integrity of his own character was the guarantee of the journey's safety. The guidance was not capricious. It was an extension of the shepherd's own faithful nature, a promise that the one who followed would not be led astray. Then the tone shifted, the landscape darkening, yet the central promise holding firm. "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death," the voice was steady, acknowledging the reality of the dark places without being conquered by them. The storyteller described this valley not as a place of residence, but of passage. It was a shadow, a chilling absence of light, but a shadow could not harm when the substance of the shepherd's presence was there. The fear of evil, which had so often been Eli's unwelcome companion in his own dark nights, was met with a powerful truth. The shepherd's rod and staff were instruments of comfort. The rod, a weapon to drive off predators, spoke of a protection that was fierce and active. The staff, a crook to guide and rescue, spoke of a grace that was gentle and precise. In the darkest valley, where every echo seemed malevolent and every shape a threat, the believer was not alone. The comfort came from the proximity of the shepherd, his familiar presence a shield against the paralyzing terror of the unknown. The narrative then turned, the scene shifting from the pastoral landscape to a table prepared in the very presence of enemies. The storyteller painted a picture of outrageous, defiant peace. While adversaries looked on, their threats rendered impotent, the shepherd spread a feast. He anointed the head with oil, a gesture of honor, consecration, and joyous celebration. The cup overflowed, not with meager sips of survival, but with the abundant, sloshing excess of blessing. Eli, who had so often felt the pinching scarcity of his own resources, felt the truth of this provision wash over him. It was a peace that did not ignore the reality of opposition, but that dined lavishly in spite of it, a soul so secure in its shepherd's care that it could rest and be refreshed even with enemies in plain sight. The anointing oil was the seal of this security, a mark of belonging that no enemy could erase. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, the old man concluded, his voice imbued with the calm certainty of a law of nature. These were not fleeting visitors, but loyal, relentless companions. The Hebrew word for follow was more accurately pursue or chase down. It was the image of divine goodness and covenant love as two faithful hounds, tracking the believer through every twist and turn of life's journey. Their presence guaranteed not by the believer's perfect record, but by the shepherd's unwavering character. And the final destination was not a cold, dark terminus, but a homecoming. I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. The journey, with its green pastures, dark valleys, and prepared tables, culminated in an eternal abiding, a never-ending residence in the presence of the one who had been the guide all along. The rest offered was not just for a night, but for eternity, a deep, unbreakable peace that began in the trusting heart and stretched into the everlasting joy of the shepherd's own house. As the last syllable faded into the night, a profound silence descended, not empty, but full. Eli felt the truth of the psalm settle in his spirit, not as a theory, but as a lived reality. The Lord was his shepherd. In that moment, he lacked nothing. The hall of judgment was a cavern of hushed anticipation, its marble floors and cedar pillars amplifying the sound of two weeping women whose grief and rage filled the space with a palpable tension. King Solomon, seated on the throne of his father David, observed the scene with a gaze that seemed to pierce through the veils of human deceit. The two women stood before him, their faces ravaged by sorrow and accusation, their stories a tangled knot of tragedy. They lived in the same house, and both had given birth to sons mere days apart. But in the deep of one night, one of the infants had died, smothered by his own mother in her sleep. In her devastating grief, that woman had switched the children, placing her dead son in the arms of the other mother and taking the living child for herself. Now, in the stark light of morning and before the king, both claimed the surviving baby as their own. Their voices rose in a desperate, overlapping chorus of maternal claim and bitter denial, a human puzzle with no witness but the God of heaven. The peace of the kingdom The very fabric of societal trust seemed to hang on the unraveling of this single, heartbreaking case. Solomon listened, his posture one of profound stillness. He did not interrupt, did not betray impatience. He absorbed their stories, the raw, jagged edges of their pain, the fierce, possessive love that burned in the eyes of one, and the desperate, calculating grief in the eyes of the other. The wisdom for which he had famously prayed was not a cold intellectual calculus, but a deep intuitive discernment that flowed from a heart attuned to the divine. He saw beyond the words to the spirits of the women, to the fundamental nature of true motherhood. It was a love that would rather surrender its claim than see its object harmed. The false claimant's love was a selfish, possessive thing, born of envy and a twisted attempt to assuage her own loss, even if it meant the child was not truly hers. The true mother's love was selfless, a force of protection that would endure any personal agony for the sake of the child's well-being. To discern this, Solomon knew, required not more testimony, but a revelation of the heart. He signaled for silence, and the hall fell into an absolute, breathless quiet. All eyes were fixed on the king. Then he spoke, his voice calm and measured, yet carrying an authority that brooked no dispute. His judgment was as shocking as it was simple. Since both women vehemently claimed the living child as their own, and there was no way to determine the truth, he declared a solution of brutal equity. He called for a sword. "Bring me a sword," he commanded. A hushed gasp rippled through the courtiers. When the gleaming blade was brought and laid before him, Solomon issued his final decree. "Divide the living child in two," he said, "and give half to the one and half to the other." The words hung in the air, monstrous and final. It was a judgment that treated the child as mere property, a piece of disputed goods to be split down the middle. The logic was chilling, its apparent fairness a mask for a terrible, irreversible violence. In that suspended moment, the true natures of the two women were unveiled with stark and heartbreaking clarity. The woman who was not the mother, her heart, hardened by jealousy and loss, felt a surge of grim satisfaction. Her face showed a twisted sense of justice. If she could not have the child, then neither would her rival. "Let it be neither mine nor yours," she agreed, her voice cold. "Divide it." But the real mother, her love of fierce and selfless fire, could not bear the thought. The king's command was a sword piercing her own soul. A cry, torn from the very depths of her being, erupted from her. She fell to her knees, her hands outstretched in a gesture of utter supplication. Her face was a mask of anguished love. "Oh, my lord," she begged, her voice breaking, "give her the living child, and by no means put him to death." She would rather live with the eternal agony of loss, seeing her son raised by another, than witness his innocent life extinguished before her eyes. In her surrender was the ultimate proof of her motherhood. Solomon's gaze, which had been fixed on the women, now softened with a profound and sorrowful understanding. The test had worked. The truth had been revealed not through evidence or argument, but through the involuntary, gut-wrenching response of a mother's heart. He pointed to the woman who had pleaded for the child's life. "Give the living child to her," he commanded, his voice now filled with the warmth of vindication and compassion. She is his mother. The decree was met with a wave of awe that swept through the hall. The guards moved to carry out the order, placing the infant into the arms of his true mother. She gathered him to her breast, her tears now those of relief and a love reaffirmed, her sobs a quiet counterpoint to the stunned silence of the other woman, whose deceit had been exposed and whose heart was left emptier than before. The sword was sheathed, its purpose served not in shedding blood, but in revealing it. All Israel heard of the judgment which the king had rendered, and they stood in awe of him, for they perceived that the wisdom of God was in him to do justice. The story of the divided child became a legend, a testament to a wisdom that could cut through the most tangled of human conflicts to uncover the foundational truth. The peace that settled over the kingdom was not merely the resolution of a single case, but the deep societal calm that comes from being governed by a justice that is both penetrating and compassionate. Solomon's wisdom was a divine gift, a practical, discerning spirit that brought order from chaos and truth from deception. It fostered a profound trust in the people, a belief that their disputes would be settled fairly, their rights protected, and the innocent vindicated. In the quiet of the judgment hall, after the women had departed and the court had dispersed, a profound peace remained, the peace of a dilemma resolved, a life spared, and a kingdom secure in the knowledge that it was led by a king whose wisdom was a reflection of the divine mind itself, a wisdom that ultimately seeks to restore, protect, and bring shalom. The prophet's soul was a desert, bleached and cracked by the searing winds of despair. Elijah, who had once called down fire from heaven and executed the prophets of Baal with a zealot's hand, now fled for his life, a solitary figure stumbling through the wilderness of Beersheba. The vengeful oath of Queen Jezebel echoed in his mind, a serpent's hiss that had turned his triumph on Mount Carmel into ashes. He left his servant behind, a final severance from human companionship, and walked a day's journey into that desolate expanse. Under the scant shade of a solitary broom tree, his monumental strength finally gave way. He sat down and prayed that he might die, his voice a dry whisper in the vast, uncaring silence. "It is enough. Now, O Lord, take away my life, for I am no better than my fathers." Then he lay down and slept, the sleep of utter exhaustion, a surrender not to rest, but to oblivion. The world of kings and miracles had receded, leaving only the crushing weight of his own perceived failure and a loneliness so profound it felt like a physical void. But the angel of the Lord did not come with a rebuke, nor with a dramatic rescue. He came with a touch, gentle and awakening, and with a simple, sustaining meal. A cake baked on hot stones and a jar of water appeared at his head. "Arise and eat," the voice said. Elijah did. So then lay down again, the depths of his despondency too great for a single meal to overcome. The angel returned a second time, the touch more insistent, the instruction the same. "Arise and eat, for the journey is too great for you." This time the prophet obeyed with a fuller awareness. He ate and drank, and strengthened by that divine nourishment, he went on a journey of 40 days and 40 nights, a pilgrimage of the broken spirit, until he came to Horeb, the mountain of God. It was the same sacred ground where Moses had encountered the burning bush, a place where heaven had once touched earth. Elijah found a cave and went in there to spend the night, not as a seeker of revelation, but as a fugitive seeking only the cold, dark comfort of stone. Then the word of the Lord came to him, not in the cave's darkness, but as a question that pierced his self-pity. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" The prophet's answer poured out, a rehearsed litany of his righteous isolation. He had been very zealous for the Lord God of hosts, he declared. The people of Israel had forsaken the covenant, thrown down the altars, and killed the prophets with the sword. Even I only am left, he cried, and they seek my life to take it away. His perspective was warped by fear and exhaustion. His vision narrowed to a tunnel where he was the last lonely bastion of truth in a world gone mad. The Lord's response to this soliloquy of despair was not an argument, but an invitation to a deeper encounter. "Go out and stand on the mount before the Lord," the voice commanded. This was to be no private audience in the cave. It was theophany that would recalibrate his understanding of divine power. As Elijah stood at the mouth of the cave, a wind of cataclysmic force tore through the mountain, ripping rocks from their foundations and shattering them against the cliffs. It was a wind so great and strong that it seemed capable of rending the mountains themselves, a display of raw, untamed power that mirrored the fire from heaven on Carmel. But the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind, an earthquake shook the very foundations of Horeb, a deep, grinding tremor that made the prophet's bones vibrate with the force of it. It was the power that had once made Sinai quake at the giving of the law. But the Lord was not in the earthquake. After the earthquake, a fire blazed, a devouring conflagration that licked at the dry brush and scorched the stone. It was the purifying judgment he had once called down. But the Lord was not in the fire. The threefold demonstration of cosmic power passed, each one more terrifying than the last, and in their wake a profound and startling silence fell. It was a silence that was not empty, but full, a quiet so deep it had a texture and a weight. And after the fire, the sound of a low whisper, a gentle, barely audible stillness. The Hebrew words described it as a still, small voice, a sound of sheer silence that was more penetrating than any storm. When Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in his mantle, a gesture of holy fear and reverence far deeper than any awe he had felt at the wind, earthquake, or fire. He went out and stood at the entrance of the cave. The same question came again, gentle, insistent, spoken not in the roar of judgment, but in the quiet of intimate address. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" The prophet gave the same answer, word for word, his complaint unchanged, but something had shifted within him. He was no longer shouting his grievance into a void. He was whispering it in the presence of a profound peace. The tumult of his soul had been met and quieted by the divine whisper, and in that quiet his purpose was being restored, not through a new display of power, but through the reassurance of a persistent, gentle presence. The Lord then gave him new instructions to anoint new kings and a new prophet, Elisha, assuring him that he was not alone, for there were still 7,000 in Israel who had not bowed to Baal. The peace that settled upon Elijah was the deep, resonant calm of a man who had learned that God's most profound work is often done not in the earthquake, but in the whisper, not in the dramatic confrontation, but in the quiet, obedient listening of a faithful heart. The world of men was a tapestry woven with threads of conflict, a landscape of clashing empires and warring hearts, where the strong preyed upon the weak, and the cry of the oppressed was a constant, mournful wind. But into this fractured reality, the prophet Isaiah spoke with a vision that cut across the grain of history itself, a divine promise that shimmered like a mirage of water in a desert of strife. His words were not born of political savvy or wishful thinking, but flowed from a direct encounter with the Holy One of Israel, the Lord seated on a throne high and lifted up, whose glory filled the whole earth. From that vantage point of absolute sovereignty, Isaiah foretold a future so radically peaceful it seemed to defy the very nature of the world as it was known. He painted a portrait of a coming age where the deep, primal animosities that governed creation would be untangled, where the very instincts of predator and prey would be rewoven into a harmony that echoed the tranquility of Eden. It was a vision not of mere absence of war, but of a positive, flourishing peace, a shalom that would seep into the bones of the earth and the hearts of all who dwelt upon it. The most stunning image of this peace was a scene from a world reborn. The wolf shall dwell with the lamb, Isaiah declared, and the leopard shall lie down with the young goat. The calf and the lion and the fattened calf together, and a little child shall lead them. The words created a picture that was both impossible and utterly compelling. The wolf, its fangs bared for the kill, would curl contentedly beside the skittish lamb, its predatory hunger replaced by a placid companionship. The leopard, a creature of stealth and sudden violence, would rest its spotted head near the kid, its fierce nature gentled by a divine command. And presiding over this impossible menagerie would be a small child, a symbol of vulnerable trust, guiding creatures that could, in the old order, snuff out its life with a single swipe. The cow and the bear would graze side by side, their young lying down together, and the lion would eat straw like the ox. The imagery was the profound undoing of the curse, a restoration of a peace so fundamental that it would rewrite the dietary laws of the animal kingdom itself. The nursing child would play over the hole of the cobra, and the weaned child would put its hand on the adder's den. The most instinctual fears of poison, of striking fangs, would be rendered obsolete, for they would not hurt or destroy in all this holy mountain. The knowledge of the Lord would cover the earth as the waters cover the sea, a universal awareness of God's presence that would make violence unthinkable. This vision of cosmic reconciliation was matched by a promise of human transformation. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, the prophet continued, neither shall they learn war any more. The endless, cyclical education in violence, the forging of swords, the fashioning of spears, the training of young men in the art of killing, would cease. The energy and resources poured into the machinery of death would be redirected toward the work of life. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. The metal once sharpened for spilling blood would be reheated and hammered into tools for tilling soil and tending vines. The spear point, designed for piercing armor, would become a hook for harvesting fruit. It was a prophecy of profound cultural conversion, where the defining activities of society would shift from destruction to cultivation, from taking life to nurturing it. The peace would not be enforced by a greater tyranny, but would spring from a change of heart, a universal turning toward the Prince of Peace. For at the center of this glorious vision was a person, a coming ruler whose authority and character would be the foundation of this eternal tranquility. A shoot would come from the stump of Jesse, a new branch from the seemingly dead line of David, and the Spirit of the Lord would rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. His delight would not be in the raw exercise of power, but in this deep, reverent wisdom. He would not judge by what his eyes saw, or decide disputes by what his ears heard, but with righteousness he would judge the poor and decide with equity for the meek of the earth. His reign would be characterized by a justice that was penetrating and compassionate, especially for those who had no one to plead their cause. Righteousness would be the belt around his waist, and faithfulness the belt around his loins, the very core of his being, and rule. This was the Prince of Peace, the one who would establish his kingdom and uphold it with justice and righteousness from this time forth and forevermore. The zeal of the Lord of hosts would accomplish this. For the people of Isaiah's day, living under the shadow of Assyrian aggression and their own internal corruption, these words were a lifeline of hope. They were a promise that their present turmoil was not the final word, that God had a plan for ultimate reconciliation that stretched beyond the rise and fall of empires. The prophecy offered a deep eschatological rest, a reassurance that the chaotic currents of history were flowing toward a predetermined shore of peace. It called them to a trust that was not dependent on present circumstances, but anchored in the character and promise of the God who holds the future. To hope in this coming Prince was to find a present peace, a foretaste of the tranquility to come, a rest for the soul that knew that, however dark the night, a dawn of everlasting righteousness was guaranteed. The vision of the wolf and the lamb was not a naive fantasy, but a divine certainty, a glimpse of the restored creation where the restless striving of a fallen world would finally be stilled, and every creature would find its home in the shalom of God. The decree was a trap sprung in the gilded halls of power, a law signed with the king's own seal that made prayer to any god or man but Darius a capital crime for 30 days. For Daniel, the king's most trusted adviser, it was a test that struck at the very core of his being. The news did not send him into a panic or a flurry of political maneuvering. Instead, a profound calm settled over his spirit, the same deep-rooted peace that had carried him through exile, interpretation of dreams, and the jealous machinations of lesser men. He understood the envy of the other satraps, their plot to find a ground of accusation against him concerning the kingdom. They had known there was only one area where his loyalty could be divided, one allegiance that superseded even his duty to the king. And so they had crafted a religious snare, knowing the man of God would not, could not, avoid it. As the city of Babylon held its breath, waiting to see if the revered Daniel would bend, he simply went to his house, where the windows of his upper chamber were open toward Jerusalem. The scent of the evening air, carrying dust and the distant murmur of the city, flowed into the room as he assumed the posture he had maintained 3 times a day since his youth. He knelt, his hands open, his face turned toward the ruined city of his fathers and the promise of his God, and he prayed and gave thanks, as was his custom. The act was not one of defiance, but of continuity, a soul remaining steadfast in its true north while the world shifted around it. The conspirators, watching from the shadows, found him, just as they had hoped, his devotion a beacon they could use for his destruction. They rushed to the king, their faces masks of feigned concern and presented their evidence. The king, realizing too late the terrible corner into which his own vanity and trust had painted him, was deeply distressed. He had been tricked into condemning his most loyal friend. He set his mind to deliver Daniel, laboring until the sun went down to rescue him. But the law of the Medes and Persians could not be altered, not even by the king. With a heavy heart, Darius was compelled to give the order. Daniel was seized, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the king's agitation. As they led him away, the king's words were a desperate, hopeful plea. "May your God, whom you serve continually, deliver you." Then the stone was rolled over the mouth of the den, and the king's seal was set upon it, a final, official stamp on a terrible injustice. Darius returned to his palace and spent the night fasting. No diversions were brought to him, and sleep fled from his eyes. The peace of the kingdom had been shattered by his own folly, and the silence of the night was broken only by the imagined roars from the pit. But in the den itself, a different reality held sway. The descent into the darkness was not a fall into terror, but a step into a divinely prepared sanctuary. The air was cool and carried the musky scent of the great beasts, a smell that should have been the precursor to agony. The lions, their eyes glowing like embers in the deep gloom, stirred at the arrival of a new victim. Their low growls rumbled through the stone chamber, a sound that promised a swift and bloody end. Yet, as Daniel's feet touched the floor of the pit, an unseen presence descended with him. Angels, ministering spirits sent by the God he served so faithfully, moved with an authority that stilled the primal hunger in the den. They shut the mouths of the lions, not with force, but with a command that resonated in the spiritual fabric of the place. The great cats, moments before coiled springs of lethal power, now blinked their golden eyes and settled onto their haunches, their ferocity replaced by placid curiosity. Some legends say Daniel rested his head upon the flank of the largest lion as if it were a pillow, the beast's rhythmic breathing a lullaby in the dark. There was no fear, only the profound, tangible peace of a man who knew he was exactly where he was supposed to be, in the center of God's will, and therefore perfectly safe, even in a lion's den. Above, the night was an eternity of remorse for the king. At the first light of dawn, he arose and hurried to the den of lions. His voice, strained with a night of grief and self-recrimination, called out as he approached a fragile hope warring with his dread. "Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to deliver you from the lions?" The words echoed in the stone pit, and then a calm, clear voice answered from the darkness, a sound so impossible it must have seemed a trick of the wind. "O king, live forever. My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths, and they have not harmed me, because I was found blameless before him. And also before you, O king, I have done no harm." The relief that washed over Darius was a physical force, so powerful it likely buckled his knees. He gave orders for Daniel to be brought up from the den, and when he emerged, the early morning sun illuminating his face, no kind of harm was found on him, because he had trusted in his God. He was unharmed, unshaken, his peace unbroken, a living testament to the protection that faith affords. The king's justice, now rightly directed, was swift and terrible. The men who had maliciously accused Daniel, along with their children and wives, were brought and cast into the den of lions. The stone had barely settled before the sounds from below confirmed a different outcome. The lions, their divinely imposed fast ended, overpowered them and broke all their bones in pieces before they even reached the bottom of the den. Then King Darius wrote to all the peoples and nations of his vast domain, issuing a new decree that echoed through the known world. He commanded that in all the dominion of his kingdom, people were to tremble and fear before God of Daniel. For he is the living God, the decree declared, enduring forever. His kingdom shall never be destroyed, and his dominion shall be to the end. He delivers and rescues. He works signs and wonders in heaven and on earth. He who has saved Daniel from the power of the lions. Daniel prospered during the reign of Darius, his faith vindicated, his influence secured. The peace he had carried into the den now radiated outward, a quiet, unassailable force that demonstrated, for all to see, that even the most formidable threats, be they scheming politicians or ravenous beasts, are powerless against the one who walks in steadfast trust, whose soul finds its rest in the unwavering faithfulness of the God who shuts the mouths of lions. The command was a clear, unwelcome line in the sand of Jonah's soul, a directive that ran counter to every fiber of his national pride and personal comfort. Go to Nineveh, that great city, and cry out against it, for their wickedness has come up before me. The words echoed in the prophet's mind not as a divine summons, but as a sentence. Nineveh was the capital of the brutal Assyrian Empire, a sprawling metropolis whose reputation for cruelty was a stain on the conscience of the world. To walk its streets and pronounce its doom was to invite a slow, agonizing death. Fear, cold and sharp, coiled in his gut, but it was mingled with something darker, a bitter resentment. Why should God offer a warning, a chance for repentance to these enemies of his people? In the twisted logic of his terror and prejudice, disobedience seemed the safer, more righteous path. And so, with a resolve born of panic, Jonah turned his back on the inland road to the east and fled toward the sea, toward Tarshish, in the opposite direction from the presence of the Lord. He descended to the port of Joppa, the salt air a sharp contrast to the dry inland winds, and found a ship bound for the far western edge of the known world. He paid the fare, the clink of the coins a sound of finality, and went down into the hold, seeking not just to escape God's call, but to hide from the very gaze of the Almighty in the dark, rocking belly of a merchant vessel. But the sea, which had always been a symbol of chaos to the Hebrew mind, became an instrument of divine pursuit. No sooner had the ship left the safety of the harbor than the Lord hurled a great wind upon the sea. The calm expanse transformed into a raging fury. A mighty tempest arose, a storm so violent that the ship itself seemed on the verge of being broken to pieces. The wind screamed through the rigging, the waves rose like black mountains crashing over the deck and threatening to swallow the vessel whole. The seasoned sailors, their faces etched with a terror they had never known, cried out, each to his own God. They threw the cargo, the very reason for their journey, into the sea to lighten the ship, a desperate sacrifice to the angry deep. Meanwhile, Jonah had gone down into the innermost part of the ship, laid himself down, and fallen into a deep, troubled sleep, a sleep of moral and spiritual exhaustion, a futile attempt to shut out the storm and the voice of his own conscience. The captain found him there, a picture of surreal calm in the heart of the chaos, and shook him awake. "What do you mean, you sleeper? Arise, call out to your God. Perhaps the God will give a thought to us, that we may not perish." The lot was cast, a simple ancient practice to discern the source of this divine wrath, and it fell upon Jonah. The eyes of the terrified sailors fixed upon him, their gazes a mixture of awe and accusation. They pressed him with questions. Where did he come from? What was his occupation? What was his country? And of what people was he? Jonah's confession was stark and simple. "I am a Hebrew, and I fear the Lord, the God of heaven, who made the sea and the dry land." The men were filled with a great fear, for he had told them he was fleeing from the presence of the Lord. The storm raged on, the waves growing higher, and they asked him the only question that mattered now. "What shall we do to you, that the sea may quiet down for us?" Jonah's answer was a moment of profound, tragic clarity. He accepted the full weight of his rebellion. "Pick me up and hurl me into the sea," he said. "Then the sea will quiet down for you, for I know it is because of me that this great tempest has come upon you." The sailors, reluctant to commit murder, rowed hard to get back to dry land, but they could not, for the sea grew more and more tempestuous against them. Finally, with a prayer for forgiveness to the Lord, they took Jonah and hurled him into the raging waters. The moment Jonah's body hit the churning foam, the sea ceased from its raging. The wind died, the waves subsided into a gentle swell, and a profound calm settled over the waters. The sailors, witnessing this immediate supernatural peace, feared the Lord exceedingly. They offered a sacrifice to the Lord and made vows. Their pagan hearts turned toward the God of the storm and the calm. But for Jonah, the calm above was replaced by a new chaos below. As he sank into the dark, cold depths, the currents wrapped around him, weeds tangling about his head. He was sinking to the foundations of the mountains, the earth with its bars closing upon him forever. This was the end, the watery grave he had chosen over obedience. Yet, in that moment of absolute extremity, the Lord appointed a great fish to swallow Jonah. It was not a punishment, but a bizarre, miraculous act of preservation. One moment he was drowning in the crushing pressure and blinding darkness of the deep. The next, he was plunged into the warm, acidic, airless darkness of the fish's belly. He was saved from immediate death, but entombed in a living grave, a prisoner in a chamber of digestion, surrounded by the remains of the fish's previous meals, the stench of death, his only companion. For 3 days and 3 nights, Jonah remained in the belly of the fish, a period of utter isolation that became a crucible for his soul. Stripped of all pride, all pretense, all ability to run, he was left with only the raw truth of his situation and the memory of God's presence. From the depths of Sheol, he cried out. His prayer was not one of polite petition, but a guttural, desperate psalm rising from the pit. He described the waters closing in, the deep surrounding him, the weeds wrapping around his head. He remembered the Lord, and his prayer came to him into his holy temple. Those who pay regard to vain idols forsake their hope of steadfast love, he confessed. But I, with the voice of thanksgiving, will sacrifice to you. What I have vowed, I will pay. The prayer was a turning point, a surrender not just of his circumstance, but of his will. The belly of the fish became a sanctuary of repentance, a place where his rebellious heart was broken and remade. He had been brought to the brink of destruction only to be snatched back by a mercy as inexplicable as it was profound. Salvation belongs to the Lord, he declared from his living tomb. And the Lord spoke to the fish, and it vomited Jonah out upon the dry land. The prophet, stumbling onto the shore, bleached by stomach acids, gasping the free air, a man given a second chance, his spirit washed cleaner than his body. The word of the Lord came to Jonah a second time, the same command, but now met with a chastened and obedient heart. Arise, go to Nineveh, that great city, and call out against it the message that I tell you. Jonah arose and went, his journey eastward a stark contrast to his flight to the west. He entered the immense city, a 3 days' walk in breadth, and began to proclaim the message he had been given. Yet 40 days, and Nineveh shall be overthrown. The words were simple, stark, and final, but a miracle greater than the calming of the storm or the great fish began to unfold. The people of Nineveh believed God. From the greatest to the least, they proclaimed a fast and put on sackcloth, the rough garments of mourning and repentance. The news even reached the king, who rose from his throne, removed his royal robe, covered himself with sackcloth, and sat in ashes. He issued a decree that extended the fast to every man and beast, commanding all to call out mightily to God and to turn from their evil ways and from the violence that was in their hands. Who knows? The king's decree pondered. God may turn and relent, and turn from his fierce anger, so that we may not perish. And God saw their works, that they turned from their evil way. He relented of the disaster that he had said he would do to them, and he did not do it. The storm of judgment was averted by the quiet, repentant faith of a wicked city. Jonah had been the reluctant instrument, but the true story was not his flight or his fish, but the breathtaking, unexpected mercy of a God whose compassion extends even to Israel's enemies, a lesson in divine grace that brings a calm far deeper than any quieted sea. The decree from Caesar Augustus was a ripple of imperial power that reached into the most humble corners of the world, setting in motion a journey that would quietly fulfill an ancient prophecy. In the Galilean town of Nazareth, a young woman named Mary, her body already cradling a divine secret, prepared for the arduous trip with her betrothed, Joseph. The census demanded that every man return to his ancestral town, and for Joseph, of the house and lineage of David, that meant Bethlehem, the city of David, nearly a week's travel to the south. The road was a ribbon of dust, winding through the stark, beautiful hills of Judea, their steps measured and careful, Joseph's protective presence a steady anchor for Mary as the child within her grew heavy. They traveled among countless others, a river of humanity flowing southward, all subject to the same distant emperor, all unaware that among them moved the hope of the world. The journey was a pilgrimage of profound trust, a quiet obedience that placed them exactly where prophecy had foretold the Messiah would be born, a convergence of divine timing and earthly decree unfolding with each weary, faithful step. They arrived in Bethlehem as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold. The town was swollen with travelers, every inn and guest room filled to capacity with the descendants of David who had returned for the census. The air was thick with the sounds of crowded streets, the lowing of cattle, the chatter of families, the slam of doors. Joseph, his face etched with concern and fatigue, went from door to door. His inquiries met with apologetic shakes of the head. There was no place for them in the inn. The rejection at each threshold was a blow, a stark reminder of their lowly station and the world's indifference. But a final, compassionate offer was made, a stable, a cave carved into the limestone hillside used for sheltering animals. It was a place of humility, smelling of hay and earth and beasts, a far cry from the sanctity one might expect for a king's birth. Yet in this quiet, hidden space, away from the noise and bustle of the crowded town, the most momentous event in history prepared to unfold. The peace that entered the world would not be announced with fanfare in a palace, but in the gentle silence of a manger. There, surrounded by the warm, breathing bodies of livestock, Mary's time came. In the soft glow of an oil lamp, its flame casting long, dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls, she brought forth her firstborn son. There were no midwives, no royal physicians, only Joseph's steady hands and the watchful eyes of the animals. She wrapped him in swaddling cloths, the long strips of linen a traditional sign of care and protection, and laid him in a manger, a feeding trough lined with fresh, sweet hay. The child, Jesus, did not cry out with the fury of a conqueror, but with the soft, mewling sound of any newborn, a sound of pure vulnerability and need. In that simple act of laying the infant in the manger, the infinite was cradled in the finite. The Word made flesh rested in a trough, from which beasts ate. The humility was breathtaking, the scene a perfect icon of a kingdom not of this world, a kingdom where peace arrived not with the sword, but in the helpless form of a baby, whose rest in the hay would one day offer rest to the souls of all humanity. On the hillsides surrounding Bethlehem, the night was profoundly ordinary. Shepherds were keeping watch over their flocks by night, their world defined by the simple, cyclical rhythms of their trade. The air was cold and clear, the stars brilliant pinpricks in a velvet sky. The only sounds were the occasional bleat of a sheep, the crackle of their small fire, and the whisper of the wind through the dry grass. It was a scene of pastoral peace, a quiet vigilance under the vast, silent dome of heaven. Then, without warning, the darkness was shattered. An angel of the Lord stood before them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, a light not of this earth, a radiance that was both terrifying and beautiful. The shepherds were filled with great fear, their hearts seizing in their chests, their hands gripping their staffs for a security that had suddenly vanished. But the angel's voice was calm, a balm to their terror. "Fear not," he said, "for behold, I bring you good news of great joy that will be for all the people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. And this will be a sign for you. You will find a baby wrapped in swaddling cloths and lying in a manger." And suddenly the single angel was joined by a multitude of the heavenly host, an army of light spilling across the sky. They were not arrayed for war, but for praise, their voices a symphony that filled the entire expanse of the night. "Glory to God in the highest," they sang, "and on earth peace among those with whom he is pleased." The sound was not a roar, but a harmonious, overwhelming wave of joy that seemed to make the very stars vibrate. It was a declaration that the long-awaited peace, the shalom foretold by the prophets, had now touched the earth. The message was not for emperors or priests in temples, but for shepherds on a hill, the lowly, the forgotten, the ones who worked through the night. The peace of heaven was announced to the peacekeepers of the fields, a divine affirmation that this salvation was for all. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the angels were gone, returning to heaven, leaving the shepherds in a silence that was now utterly transformed, charged with the echo of celestial song and the impossible truth of the message. The shepherds, their fear replaced by a burning urgency, looked at one another. "Let us go over to Bethlehem and see this thing that has happened, which the Lord has made known to us," they said. They did not hesitate. Leaving their flocks in the care of the night, or perhaps trusting them to the same divine protection that had just visited them, they hurried down the hillside and into the sleeping town. Their search led them to the stable, just as the angel had said. They found Mary and Joseph and the baby lying in the manger. There was no doubt. This was the sign. The celestial glory, the angelic army, all pointed to this humble scene. They stood in awe, their rough, weathered faces softened by wonder, and they told Mary and Joseph all that the angel had said about this child. All who heard it wondered at what the shepherds told them, but Mary treasured up all these things, pondering them in her heart. The shepherds returned to their fields, their hearts bursting with the joy they could not contain, glorifying and praising God for all they had heard and seen as it had been told them. The night returned to its quiet watch, but it was a different world. The Prince of Peace had arrived, not with a legion of soldiers, but attended by shepherds and serenaded by angels. His birth, a quiet revolution of grace that promised rest for the weary and peace for the troubled soul. The wilderness had been a crucible of silence and solitude, a place where the voice of God was the only sound that mattered. For years, John had dwelled in that stark landscape, his spirit honed to a sharp edge, his message a single, piercing cry that cut through the spiritual complacency of the age. He stood now in the muddy waters of the Jordan, a wild figure clad in camel's hair, his body lean from locusts and wild honey, his eyes burning with a fire that was not his own. The river flowed around him, brown and swift from the winter rains, its current a symbol of the repentance he preached. A ceaseless stream of humanity came to him, tax collectors with their ledgers of greed, soldiers with their hands stained by violence, ordinary men and women burdened by the weight of their own failings. They waded into the water, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and hope, and he immersed them one by one, the river closing over their heads in a watery grave for their old lives, a sign of cleansing and a desperate plea for a purity they could not attain on their own. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and human sweat, the sounds of confession and the splash of baptism mingling into a single, hopeful murmur along the riverbank. Then a figure emerged from the crowd, his approach so quiet and unassuming that he might have been missed altogether. There was no fanfare, no entourage, only a simple man from Nazareth, his hands calloused from a carpenter's tools, his bearing marked by a profound and unshakable stillness. It was Jesus. He waded into the river, the water swirling around his waist, and presented himself to John. The prophet's eyes, which had seen through the hypocrisy of Pharisees and the desperation of sinners, now widened in recognition and a sudden, staggering humility. He knew. The Spirit that had filled him from the womb bore witness to the one who now stood before him. This was the Lamb of God, the one whose sandals he was not worthy to untie. A protest formed on John's lips, a reflexive denial of the inversion of their roles. "I need to be baptized by you," he stammered, his voice, so often a thunderclap of judgment, now softened with awe. "And do you come to me?" But Jesus looked at him, his gaze holding a depth of purpose that silenced all argument. "Let it be so now," he replied, his words carrying the weight of a divine plan unfolding. "For thus it is fitting for us to fulfill all righteousness." It was not a baptism of repentance for sin, for he had none, but a profound act of solidarity, a sacred identification with the very humanity he had come to save. He would enter their waters, stand in their place, and sanctify the Jordan itself with his presence. John, his heart pounding with a holy fear, consented. He placed his hands upon Jesus and guided him back into the deeper current. The cool, brown water of the Jordan closed over the head of the sinless one, a moment of profound humility where the King of Heaven was submerged in the symbol of human failing. As Jesus rose from the water, the droplets streaming from his hair and beard, catching the morning light, the heavens themselves were torn open. It was not a gentle parting, but a violent rending, as if the very fabric that separated the divine from the mundane was being ripped asunder from top to bottom, and the Spirit of God, in a form visible and gentle, descended like a dove hovering over him. It was not the dove of the flood, seeking a place to rest on a drowned world, but the dove of a new creation, alighting upon the one who would make all things new. The air, already charged with the significance of the moment, grew still, as if all of creation was holding its breath. Then a voice. It did not boom like the thunder from Sinai, nor was it the whisper that spoke to Elijah. It was a voice of pure affection, a sound of absolute approval that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the universe. "This is my beloved Son," the voice declared, resonating not just in the air, but in the depths of every soul present who had ears to hear, "with whom I am well pleased." The words were not a proclamation of power, but a revelation of relationship. They spoke of an eternal love between Father and Son, a delight that had existed before the foundations of the world and was now being declared over the human life of Jesus as he embarked on his mission. In that moment, the Trinity was manifest: the Son in the water, the Spirit like a dove, the Father's voice from heaven, a perfect community of love unveiling itself for the salvation of the world. The baptism was no longer just a ritual of repentance. It was a coronation, an anointing, a divine affirmation that launched the ministry of peace and reconciliation. For those who witnessed it, the moment was seared into memory, a glimpse of a reality where heaven and earth were no longer separate realms. The peace that descended with the dove was the peace of a new beginning, the dawn of a new covenant. It was an invitation to a spiritual rebirth, not of water alone, but of the Spirit. The voice from heaven was an open door, assuring every listening heart that through identification with this beloved Son, they too could become children of God, objects of divine pleasure. The waters of the Jordan, once a symbol of cleansing, now became a gateway. The one who emerged from them was the source of a peace that the world could not give, the author of a rest that would not be found in laws or rituals, but in a relationship with the Father, made possible by the Son and applied by the Spirit. As Jesus walked out of the river, the dove resting upon him, and the Father's words echoing in the air, he carried with him the full authority to bring shalom to a broken world. His first public step, a profound declaration that the way to peace was through humble identification with humanity, anointed by the Spirit and embraced by the everlasting love of the Father. The mountainside became a natural amphitheater, its gentle slopes rising from the shores of the Sea of Galilee like the tiers of a vast open-air cathedral. A great multitude had gathered, a mosaic of humanity drawn by rumors of healing and words that carried an authority unlike the measured cadences of the scribes. They came with their infirmities, their griefs, their quiet desperation, a river of need flowing up from the towns and villages to settle on the grassy incline. The air was fresh, scented with wild thyme and the distant mineral tang of the lake, and a hushed expectancy settled over the crowd as the teacher ascended to a level place and sat down, the traditional posture of a rabbi, ready to impart wisdom. His disciples gathered closer, their faces turned up to him like flowers to the sun, while the vast crowd spread out behind them, a sea of hopeful, upturned faces. He began to speak, and his voice, though not loud, carried with a strange clarity, each word falling into the silence with the weight of a stone dropped into a still pool, the ripples of his teaching destined to spread across centuries. He opened his mouth and taught them, saying, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." The words were a paradox, an inversion of every worldly value. Blessedness was not for the self-sufficient, the spiritually affluent, but for those who recognized the hollow ache of their own inner poverty, the ones who knew their need for a riches not their own. It was a blessing for the emptied soul, the one who had come to the end of itself and found a door opening onto a different kind of kingdom. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. He did not promise a life free from sorrow, but a divine comfort that would meet grief in its deepest valley, a solace that would not merely pat the shoulder, but would one day wipe away every tear. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. The promise was not for the aggressive, the pushy, the ones who seized power, but for the gentle, the humble, those who trusted in a providence greater than their own ambition. Their inheritance was not a plot of land, but the whole earth, a world restored where the meek would no longer be trampled. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. It was a promise for the spiritually ravenous, those whose deepest craving was not for bread or water, but for a world set right, a personal and global justice that would one day fill them to overflowing. He called the peacemakers blessed, naming them children of God. They were not the peacekeepers who merely managed conflict, but the active creators of shalom, the ones who wove reconciliation into the torn fabric of relationships, whose very work mirrored the nature of their heavenly Father. These were not the values of empires or marketplaces. They were the constitution of a new kingdom, a realm where the currency was grace and the crown was humility. He spoke of being salt, a preserving influence in a decaying world, and light, a beacon that could not be hidden, not for its own glory, but so that others might see its good works and give glory to the Father in heaven. He declared that he had not come to abolish the law and the prophets, but to fulfill them, to pour into their ancient forms the full meaning of love. His teaching dove deeper than external action, plumbing the depths of the human heart. He spoke of anger as a kind of murder, of lust as a form of adultery, making it clear that the battlefield for peace was not the courtroom or the street, but the hidden landscape of thought and desire. True righteousness, the kind that would enter the kingdom, was a matter of the heart's alignment, an inner purity that preceded any outer action. Then he turned to the most practical and challenging expressions of this kingdom heart. You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist the one who is evil. But if anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. The principle was a radical break from the cycle of retribution. It was not a call to weakness, but to a formidable strength that could absorb an insult without needing to return it, breaking the chain of violence by refusing to add another link. It was the power of the cross foreshadowed, the strength to endure wrong for the sake of a greater good. And if anyone would sue you and take your tunic, let him have your cloak as well. And if anyone forces you to go 1 mile, go with him too. This was a generosity that disarmed oppression, a voluntary surrender that exposed the emptiness of coercive power. It was a way of living that was free from the desperate clutch of possession and personal rights, a soul so secure in a heavenly Father's care that it could afford to be recklessly generous. The summit of this counterintuitive teaching was the command to love one's enemies. You have heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. The words cut against the grain of every natural instinct. This love was not a feeling, but a deliberate, willed action of benevolence, a choice to seek the good of even those who sought your harm. It was the ultimate reflection of the divine character, for God makes his sun rise on the evil and on the good, and sends rain on the just and on the unjust. To love in this way was to be perfect, as the Heavenly Father is perfect, not in a flawless moral performance, but in the completeness of a love that knows no boundaries, a love that is perfect in its scope and its steadfastness. This was the secret to the inner rest he offered. It was a peace not dependent on external circumstances, on whether one was treated fairly or loved in return. It was a peace forged in the furnace of unconditional love, a calm that came from aligning one's heart with the boundless, enemy-loving heart of God. The Sermon on the Mount was not a list of impossible rules, but an invitation into a new reality, a kingdom where the deepest blessings were found in the places the world overlooked, and the truest peace was discovered in a heart that had learned to love as God loves. The crowd that pressed in upon Jesus was a living tapestry of human need, a sea of faces etched with the weariness of hard labor, the sharp angles of poverty, and the quiet hunger for something more than the daily grind. They stood on the shore of the Sea of Galilee, their feet sinking into the soft, damp sand, their attention fixed on the solitary figure who sat in a fishing boat just offshore, using it as a natural pulpit to address the multitudes. The air was thick with the scent of fish and water, of sun-warmed skin and dusty robes. Jesus looked out over them, his gaze seeming to penetrate not just their eyes, but the very soil of their hearts. To teach them, he began to speak in a story, a form as familiar as the land itself, yet carrying a mystery that demanded deeper listening. A sower went out to sow, he said, his voice carrying clearly over the water. In their mind's eye, the crowd could easily picture the scene. A farmer, his bag of seed slung over his shoulder, walking with a rhythmic broadcast swing, the precious kernels arcing through the sunlight to find their fate upon the earth. As he walked, Jesus narrated, some seeds fell along the path, a strip of ground trodden hard by countless feet, compacted into an unyielding surface. The seeds lay exposed on the barren earth, unable to penetrate the soil, and before they could even send out a tentative root, the birds of the air descended, their dark wings a flurry of opportunistic hunger, and they devoured them. The image was stark, a picture of truth heard but never received, a heart made hard by the traffic of the world, where the word of the kingdom is snatched away almost before it lands, leaving no impression, bearing no fruit. Other seeds, he continued, fell on rocky ground, where the soil was shallow, a thin skin of earth stretched over an unyielding shelf of stone. These seeds sprang up with a sudden, promising vigor, their growth rapid and enthusiastic in the warm, shallow soil. But having no depth of earth, they had no root. When the sun rose with its scorching heat, the tender shoots, lacking a hidden source of moisture and stability, withered away. They were scorched, and since they had no root, they died. This was the heart that receives the word with an initial joyful excitement. But the truth does not sink deep. When trouble or persecution arises on account of the word, immediately they fall away, their faith a fleeting emotion unable to withstand the heat of trial. Yet other seeds, Jesus went on, fell among thorns. This ground was not hard, nor was it shallow. It was fertile, but it was already occupied. The seeds took root and began to grow, but the thorns grew up with them stronger and more aggressive. They were the cares of the world and the deceitfulness of riches, a tangled, choking undergrowth of anxiety about tomorrow and the seductive lure of possessions. The thorns grew up and choked them, and they yielded no grain. The plants were not killed outright, but they were rendered sterile, their energy siphoned off by the relentless competition, their potential for fruitfulness suffocated by the very real worries and desires that clamor for a soul's allegiance. It was a picture of a divided heart, where the word of God must compete with the relentless noise of earthly concerns, and too often the worries of life and the desire for other things prove stronger, choking the word, and it proves unfruitful. But finally, Jesus said, other seeds fell into good soil. This was ground that had been prepared, turned over, cleared of stones and weeds, its heart open and receptive. It was not a single type, but produced grain, growing up and increasing, some yielding 30-fold, some 60, and some 100. The growth was not uniform, but it was certain and abundant. The seeds sent down deep roots, drawing sustenance from the rich earth. They pushed up through the soil, their stalks strong, their heads heavy with grain. They withstood the sun because their roots were deep. They avoided the thorns because the ground was clean. They produced a harvest because the soil was good. This was the heart that hears the word and understands it. It is a heart that has been cultivated, a spirit made ready to receive, to internalize, and to allow the truth to transform it from the inside out. This person indeed bears fruit, a yield of love, joy, peace, and righteousness that varies in measure, but is undeniable in its reality. Later, When the crowds had dispersed and Jesus was alone with his disciples in the quiet of a house, they came to him and asked about the parable. He looked at them, their faces earnest with a desire to comprehend the mysteries of the kingdom. To you has been given the secret of the kingdom of God, he said, but for those outside, everything is in parables. He then unfolded the meaning of the story he had told to the multitude. The sower sows the word. The seeds along the path are those who have the word sown in them. But when they hear, Satan immediately comes and takes away the word that is sown in them. The seeds on the rocky ground are those who, when they hear the word, immediately receive it with joy. Yet they have no root in themselves, but endure for a while. Then, when tribulation or persecution arises on account of the word, immediately they fall away. Those sown among the thorns are the ones who hear the word, but the cares of the world and the deceitfulness of riches and the desires for other things enter in and choke the word, and it proves unfruitful. But those that were sown on the good soil are the ones who hear the word and accept it and bear fruit, 30-fold and 60-fold and 100-fold. The explanation was not just an interpretation, it was an invitation to self-examination and a call to intentional cultivation. The parable laid bare the different conditions of the human heart, not as fixed destinies, but as present realities that could be addressed. The hard path could be broken up by repentance. The shallow soil could be deepened by discipline and prayer. The thorny ground could be cleared by a singular focus on the kingdom. The good soil was not a matter of luck, but of a heart that had been plowed by humility, enriched by faith, and watered by obedience. The peace that Jesus offered was not a passive state, but the active, flourishing tranquility of a life rooted in the good soil of a receptive heart, a life that hears the word, understands it, and allows it to produce a harvest of spiritual rest that nothing in this world can destroy. The sun beat down upon the dusty, winding road that descended from Jerusalem to Jericho, a path notorious for its perilous twists and hidden dangers. A lone traveler, a man of Judea, made his way with a hopeful step, his mind on the business that awaited him in the city of palms. The air was still and hot. The only sounds the crunch of his sandals on the gravel and the distant cry of a hawk circling high above. He did not see the shadows detach themselves from the rocks until it was too late. A band of robbers, their faces hard and desperate, swarmed from their ambush. They fell upon him with brutal efficiency, their blows raining down like hammers, stripping him of his cloak and his purse. When he lay broken and bleeding in the dirt, they left him for dead, their laughter a fading echo as they vanished back into the barren landscape. The sun continued its relentless journey across the sky, the heat baking the blood into the dust around his still form. The peace of the journey had been shattered, replaced by the utter vulnerability of a body broken and a spirit hovering on the edge of oblivion. By a providential coincidence, a priest came down that same road. He was a man of God, his robes marking him as one set apart for holy service. From a distance, he saw the crumpled shape lying in the path, a stark blotch of suffering against the pale earth. A conflict stirred within him, compassion warring with ritual purity. To touch a body that might be dead would render him unclean, unfit for his duties in the temple. He calculated the risk, the inconvenience, the disruption to his sacred schedule. With averted eyes and a heart Hardened by a law he had misunderstood, he passed by on the other side of the road, his footsteps quickening as he put the scene of suffering behind him. The dust settled once more, the silence broken only by the faint, ragged breath of the wounded man. Not long after, a Levite, another man versed in the law and the workings of the temple, approached the spot. His curiosity drew him closer than the priest had ventured. He came and looked at the man, taking in the bruises, the torn clothing, the stillness that suggested death. He too was bound by the same laws of contamination. He too reasoned that this was not his problem, that someone else would surely come along. With a sigh that was more relief than regret, he also passed by on the other side, leaving the man to his fate. Then a third traveler appeared on the horizon. He was a Samaritan, a member of a people despised and distrusted by the Jews, the product of a centuries-old schism and ethnic animosity. There was no reason for him to feel any obligation to this Judean man. Every cultural and religious barrier stood between them. But as he journeyed, he came to the place where the man lay. Unlike the others, he did not see a problem or a ritual impurity. He saw a human being, a compassion, raw and uncalculated, welled up within him, a force that obliterated prejudice and ignored the cost. He went to him, his own journey forgotten. He knelt in the dust, the fabric of his own robes becoming soiled with the man's blood. He assessed the wounds with a practical eye, and then he set to work. From his own supplies he produced oil and wine. He poured the oil, a soothing balm onto the wounds, its gentle unction, a first comfort against the sting of injury. Then came the wine, a sharp, cleansing antiseptic that must have sent a fresh wave of agony through the man, yet it was a necessary pain, a purifying fire to prevent corruption. With strips torn from his own clothing, he bound up the wounds, his hands moving with a gentle, deliberate care, stanching the flow of blood and offering the first promise of healing. But the Samaritan's compassion did not end with first aid. He could not leave the man exposed on the dangerous road. With a strength born of resolve, he lifted the injured man onto his own animal, taking the weight of a stranger's broken body upon his own beast of burden. He walked beside him, steadying him, his own pace now dictated by the needs of the one he served. He brought him to an inn, a humble place of refuge, and there he continued his care through the night. He did not delegate. He personally tended to the man, offering sips of water, rearranging the bandages, providing the quiet, reassuring presence that is itself a medicine. The next day, he took out 2 denarii, a significant sum, and gave them to the innkeeper. "Take care of him," he instructed, "and whatever more you spend, I will repay you when I come back." The promise was open-ended, a blank check of grace, an assurance that the care would continue until the man was fully restored. The Samaritan's love was not a momentary impulse, but a sustained, costly commitment that saw the task through to its completion. The story, as the old storyteller finished, hung in the night air, its lesson settling deep into Eli's heart. It was a tale that redefined the boundaries of love and the very nature of peace. The priest and the Levite, for all their knowledge of God, had found no peace in their avoidance. They carried the unrest of a conscience bypassed. But the Samaritan, the outsider, the one who should have been an enemy, had discovered a profound peace in the very act of giving himself for another. His peace was not the absence of trouble. He had taken on trouble willingly, but the presence of a right relationship, a soul aligned with the fundamental law of love. He had crossed every human boundary, ethnic, religious, social, to bind up wounds and provide care. And in doing so, he had brought peace to the broken man, the peace of being seen, valued, and rescued. And he had found a deeper peace for himself, the quiet satisfaction that comes from being an instrument of mercy, a channel of a love that knows no limits. The story taught that true compassion is not a feeling, but an action that bridges divides, and that such love, in its giving and its receiving, is the most powerful bringer of peace the world will ever know. The inheritance felt heavy in the young man's hands, a weight of gold and future security that suddenly seemed a prison. His father's house, with its predictable rhythms and quiet love, felt stifling, the walls of tradition and duty closing in on his restless spirit. He saw only the horizon, a line of infinite possibility beyond the familiar fields and olive groves. The world called to him with a siren song of freedom, promising pleasures and experiences untainted by the watchful eyes of family or the burden of expectation. With a heart hardened by youthful arrogance and a mind clouded by dreams of wild living, he went to his father and demanded his share of the property. The request was a profound wound, a severing of the natural order, a declaration that he valued the wealth more than the relationship. The father, his heart aching with a premonition of loss, did not refuse. With a quiet sorrow he divided his living and gave the younger son his share. The coins felt cold and impersonal, the title to land's a ticket to a life he was eager to begin. Within days the young man gathered all he had and journeyed into a far country, the dust of his home settling behind him like a forgotten memory, his heart beating with the frantic, exhilarating rhythm of what he believed was liberation. The far country was a whirlwind of sensation, a blur of new faces, exotic foods, and heady wines. He spent his days and nights in a relentless pursuit of pleasure, his inheritance flowing through his fingers like water. There were no rules, no responsibilities, only the immediate gratification of every desire. The lights were bright, the music loud, and the friends were plentiful, their laughter echoing in the halls of his dissipation. For a time, it felt like the freedom he had craved. But the seasons turned, and the money, once a seemingly endless river, dwindled to a trickle and then ran dry. A severe famine arose in that country, and the young man, who had never known a day of want, began to be in need. The fair-weather friends vanished as quickly as his wealth, their loyalty as shallow as his pockets. The music stopped, the lights dimmed, and he was left alone in the stark, cold reality of his choices. The freedom he had purchased so dearly had become a cage of poverty and loneliness. He was adrift in a land that had no use for a penniless foreigner, the gnawing in his belly a cruel echo of the emptiness in his soul. Desperation drove him to the only work he could find. He attached himself to a citizen of that country who sent him into his fields to feed pigs. For a Jewish boy, raised on the laws of cleanliness and the stories of his ancestors, it was the absolute depth of degradation. He was so destitute that he longed to be fed with the pods that the pigs ate, but no one gave him anything. As he sat in the muck and stench of the swine pen, his clothes in rags, his body trembling with hunger, the veil of delusion was torn away. In the profound silence of his ruin, a memory surfaced, clear and sharp as a shard of glass. He came to himself. He remembered his father's house, where even the hired servants had more than enough bread. Here he was, perishing with hunger. The contrast was unbearable. A plan, born of utter humility, formed in his mind. He would arise and go to his father. He would not claim the rights of a son, for he had forfeited them. He would say, "Father, I have sinned against heaven and before you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son. Treat me as one of your hired servants." The words were a prayer of surrender, a white flag raised from the battlefield of his own making. The journey home was a pilgrimage of shame, each step a confession, his body weak, but his spirit finally painfully clear. His father, meanwhile, had never stopped waiting. Each day his eyes scanned the horizon, his heart holding a fragile hope against the crushing weight of silence. The memory of his son's departure was a constant ache, a shadow over the prosperity of his estate. Then, one day, while he was still a long way off, his father saw him. The figure was a speck in the distance, a stumbling, ragged shape, but a father's eyes recognized the gait of his child. His heart, so long constricted by grief, broke open with a flood of compassion. He did not wait for the boy to crawl the rest of the way in his shame. He ran. Forgetting his dignity, hiking up his robes, the old man ran down the road, his feet kicking up dust, his eyes blurred with tears. He reached his son, and before the young man could fall to his knees and recite his rehearsed speech, the father threw his arms around him and kissed him. The embrace was not one of judgment, but of pure, unadulterated love, a welcome that absorbed the filth and the failure and held only the son. The young man began his confession, stammering through the words he had practiced. "Father, I have sinned against heaven and before you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son." But the father was already speaking to his servants, his voice choked with joy. "Bring quickly the best robe and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand and shoes on his feet." The servants moved with a joyful urgency, their master's elation infectious. The best robe, a symbol of honor and restoration, replaced the stinking rags. A ring, a sign of authority and belonging, was placed on his finger. Sandals were put on his feet, marking him as a free son of the house, not a barefoot slave. The father's commands continued, each one erasing a layer of the past and building a new reality of grace. "And bring the fattened calf and kill it, and let us eat and celebrate. For this my son was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found." The feast was not a quiet private meal, but a celebration that filled the house with music and laughter, the aroma of roasting meat, the sound of singing, the clink of cups. It was a symphony of reconciliation, a declaration that the past was forgiven and the future was restored. The emotional rest that settled over the young man was profound, a tidal wave of relief and acceptance that washed away years of guilt and shame. He was home, not as a servant, but as a son, welcomed not because of his worthiness, but because of his father's unwavering, joyful love. The peace he found was the deep, soul-level calm of being fully known and fully loved, a reconciliation that was not earned but lavishly, scandalously given. The boat was a fragile shell of wood, a tiny world adrift on a sudden, violent sea. One moment, the waters of the Galilee had been a placid mirror reflecting the twilight sky. The next, they were a churning chaos of black water and white foam. A great windstorm had arisen without warning, the kind that seasoned fishermen knew could swallow a vessel whole. Waves, like liquid mountains, broke over the gunwales, crashing into the boat and filling it with a cold, terrifying slurry. The disciples, men who had spent their lives on this lake, fought with a frantic, muscle-straining desperation, bailing water with their hands and anything they could find, their shouts torn away by the gale. The wind was a living beast, howling through the rigging, tearing at the sail, and threatening to splinter the timbers that held them above the abyss. Fear, cold and sharp, was a taste in the back of every throat. The primal terror of men who knew the lake's depths were a stone's throw from claiming them. The world had shrunk to the heaving deck, the stinging spray, and the certain closing grip of the deep. And in the midst of this maelstrom, in the stern of the boat, Jesus slept. He was curled on a cushion, his breathing deep and even, his face a portrait of a peace so profound it seemed to belong to another reality altogether. The violent pitching of the boat, the drenching waves, the cacophony of the storm, none of it touched the stillness that enveloped him. To the disciples, his slumber was an affront, a surreal and maddening calm in the heart of their panic. How could he sleep? Did he not care that they were perishing? Their faith, which had moments before felt strong enough to follow him anywhere, now felt as thin and fragile as the boat's planking. The storm had exposed the fault lines in their trust, revealing a faith that was still conditional, still dependent on a calm sea and a favorable wind. In their terror, they saw his peace not as a resource, but as a neglect. They stumbled toward him, their hands gripping the heaving deck for balance, their voices rising in a desperate, accusing cry. "Teacher, do you not care that we are perishing?" He awoke. It was not a startled awakening, but a gentle surfacing from the depths of a perfect rest. He opened his eyes, and they were clear and calm, holding a authority that had nothing to do with the frantic energy of the storm. He rose, his movements unhurried, and stood on the swaying deck, his feet planted as if on solid rock. He looked not at the terrified faces of his disciples, but out at the raging elements, the wind whipping his hair and the spray soaking his robes. Then he rebuked the wind. His voice was not a shout to be heard over the gale, but a command that cut through the noise, a word of such inherent power that the chaos had no choice but to obey. "Peace! Be still!" The words were simple, absolute. They were not a plea, but a decree. And the wind ceased. The howling stopped as if a great door had been slammed shut. The waves, which had been crashing with a fury that shook the world, collapsed into a gentle, lapping swell. A great calm fell over the sea, a silence so sudden and complete it was more startling than the storm had been. The water became like glass, reflecting the emerging stars in a perfect, untroubled mirror. The transition was so absolute it was disorienting. One moment, they were fighting for their lives in a watery hell. The next, they were floating on a pond of perfect peace, the only sound the gentle drip of water from the rigging and the ragged, astonished breaths of the men. The boat rocked gently, a cradle on a quieted sea. The disciples, their hands still trembling, their clothes soaked and clinging, stared at Jesus. The fear that had gripped them did not vanish. It was transfigured. It melted from the terror of drowning into a wholly awestruck dread. They were afraid with a new kind of fear, the fear that comes from being in the presence of a power that commands the elements themselves. "Who then is this?" they whispered to one another, their voices hushed in the profound quiet that even the wind and the sea obey him. Their question hung in the still air, unanswered and unanswerable. They had witnessed a miracle, but more than that, they had witnessed a nature. The one who slept through the storm was the same one who spoke to the storm, and both actions revealed an identity that was both deeply human and utterly divine. The peace that now lay upon the water was more than just a cessation of noise and motion. It was a tangible presence, a shalom that had been spoken into existence. It was the peace of a creator reasserting his authority over his creation, the peace of a king establishing his rule over a rebellious domain. The disciples had begged for a rescue. He had given them a revelation. Their fear had been rooted in the belief that the storm was stronger than their master. His calm had demonstrated that his authority was absolute, even over the most chaotic and fearsome forces. The lesson was not that faith would prevent storms, but that faith could find rest in the one who commands them. The tranquility that now filled the boat was the peace that follows the surrender of a smaller, self-reliant trust to a larger, unshakable one. It was the deep, soul-level calm that comes from knowing that the one who guides the journey is also the master of the tempests that arise along the way. They sailed on through the night, the water like black glass beneath them, the stars brilliant above, each man wrapped in a silent, wondering contemplation of the peace that had spoken the world into stillness, and the trust that now slowly began to grow in the quieted spaces of their own hearts. The day had been long, a relentless succession of healings and teachings under the unyielding sun, and the crowd that pressed around Jesus showed no sign of dispersing. They were a multitude of 5,000 men, not counting women and children, a vast, hungry sea of humanity that had followed him into a desolate place, drawn by a hope that was more potent than the pangs in their stomachs. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the disciples grew anxious. The wilderness offered no sustenance, and the shadows were lengthening, a reminder of the coming cold and dark. They approached Jesus, their faces etched with practical concern. "This is a desolate place," they urged, "and the hour is now late. Send them away to go into the surrounding countryside and villages and buy themselves something to eat." Their solution was logical, born of a finite understanding of resources and a desire to manage a problem that was growing too large to contain. They saw only the emptiness of the landscape and the impossibility of their own meager provisions. But Jesus looked at them, his gaze holding a quiet challenge that bypassed their logistics and went straight to the core of their faith. "You give them something to eat," he said. The statement was impossible, a directive that seemed to mock their reality. Their response was a sputter of disbelief. "Shall we go and buy 200 denarii worth of bread and give it to them to eat?" The sum was a fortune, a laborer's wages for most of a year, and even that, they knew, would only provide a morsel for each person in this immense throng. They were focused on the arithmetic of scarcity, the cold calculus of not enough. Jesus, however, was operating from a different economy altogether. "How many loaves do you have?" he asked. "Go and see." The search was brief, almost futile. Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, spoke up, his voice laced with a resignation that bordered on embarrassment. "There is a boy here who has 5 barley loaves and 2 fish." He held up the small basket. the contents pitifully inadequate against the scale of the need. But what are they for so many? The 5 small, coarse barley cakes and the 2 pickled fish were a child's lunch, a snack for one, a symbol of the world's insufficiency when faced with the hunger of thousands. Jesus, however, did not see insufficiency. He saw potential. He saw an offering, however small, placed in the hands of divine abundance. His instructions were calm and deliberate, a ritual of preparation that created a space for the miraculous. Have the people sit down in groups on the green grass. The command brought a sudden, unexpected order to the chaotic scene. The great crowd, a restless, amorphous mass, began to settle, organizing themselves into companies of hundreds and fifties, their colorful robes creating a vast living mosaic against the green hillside. The rustle of thousands finding their place, the murmur of voices softening to an anticipatory hush, the sight of families sitting together on the soft turf. It was a moment of collective pause, a sacred ordering before the unveiling of grace. The setting sun cast a golden horizontal light, gilding the faces of the people, their expectant eyes fixed on the solitary figure who now stood before them, holding the boy's meager lunch. He took the 5 loaves and the 2 fish. His hands, which had touched lepers and given sight to the blind, now cradled the simple food. He looked up to heaven, his gaze piercing the veil between the seen and the unseen, and he said a blessing. It was not a long, elaborate prayer, but a simple, powerful act of thanksgiving, an acknowledgement of the Father as the source of all provision. Then he broke the loaves. The sound of the crust cracking was small, almost lost in the vastness of the open air, but it was the catalyst. He gave the pieces to his disciples to set before the people, and as the disciples moved through the ranks, their hands distributing the broken bread and fish, a miracle unfolded not with a flash of light or a clap of thunder, but with a quiet, continuous multiplication. The bread did not run out. The fish did not diminish. The basket from which they served remained full, the fragments continuing to appear, a never-ending stream of sustenance flowing from the hands of the one who had blessed it. The disciples, who had moments before been calculating the cost of 200 denarii, now became conduits of a grace that defied all calculation, their disbelief slowly giving way to a dawning, awe-struck wonder. The people ate. They did not eat sparingly, with the careful rationing of a scarce resource, but they ate and were satisfied. The coarse barley bread tasted like a feast, the simple fish like a delicacy. Laughter replaced the anxious murmurs, the sounds of contentment rising from the groups seated on the grass. Children who had been listless with hunger now ate with relish, their faces smeared with the evidence of the meal. Parents looked at one another with quiet amazement, their own hunger not just met, but overwhelmed by the abundance. There was no pushing, no scrambling. The distribution was orderly. The provision was perfect. The miracle was not just in the multiplication of the food, but in the atmosphere it created, a profound communal peace, a shared experience of being cared for in the wilderness, a tangible taste of a kingdom where no need goes unmet. When everyone had eaten their fill, Jesus spoke to his disciples again. Gather up the leftover fragments, that nothing may be lost. The command was as significant as the miracle itself, a lesson in the value of every blessing and a testament to the superabundance of the provision. The disciples moved through the crowd once more, this time with 12 baskets in hand. They collected the pieces that were left over, and they filled all 12 baskets. The leftovers were more than they had started with. The boys' 5 loaves and 2 fish had not only fed a multitude, but had generated a surplus, a tangible residue of divine generosity. The 12 baskets, one for each disciple, were a physical reminder, a portable testimony to the truth that with God there is always more than enough. The fragments were not wasted. They were gathered, a holy surplus to sustain the ones who would carry the message of this day forward. As the last of the light faded from the sky and the stars began to emerge, the crowd sat in a hushed, grateful silence, their bodies nourished, their spirits quieted by the stunning demonstration of a care that meets needs not minimally but lavishly, inviting all who witness it to rest in the assurance that the hands that broke the bread hold the entire world, and in them no one will ever truly be in want. The storyteller's voice softened to a gentle murmur like a stream finding its way around smooth stones, and the night seemed to lean in closer to listen. Eli, whose own heart had so often been a tangled knot of anxieties about tomorrow, felt the old man's words settle into the weary spaces of his soul. The tale shifted from grand miracles and epic journeys to a quiet hillside where a different kind of teaching unfolded, a lesson aimed directly at the frantic, churning mind. Jesus, the storyteller said, looked out at the crowd and saw not just their physical needs, but the invisible burdens they carried, the gnawing worry about food, the constant anxiety over clothing, the relentless pressure to secure a future that felt perpetually uncertain. He saw the furrowed brows and the restless hands, the souls so preoccupied with the what if and the how will that they had forgotten how to simply breathe, how to be. And so he directed their gaze away from their own clenched fists and toward the untroubled sky. Look at the birds of the air, the storyteller quoted, his voice painting the scene with a quiet wonder. They neither sow, nor reap, nor gather into barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Eli's mind conjured the image of a sparrow, a small brown speck of life, flitting from branch to branch, its song a carefree trill in the morning air. It did not lie awake at night fretting over where its next worm would come from. It simply lived, trusting the world to provide its small life a testament to a daily, dependable grace. The question that followed was a gentle arrow aimed at the heart of human striving. Are you not of more value than they? The implication was staggering, a recalibration of worth that placed human life firmly in the hands of a benevolent Father. The worry that sought to add a single hour to one's span of life was not just futile, the teacher said, but a failure to comprehend one's own cherished place in the divine economy. Then the teacher's gaze, the storyteller continued, swept down from the sky to the fields at their feet. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow, he said. They neither toil nor spin, yet I tell you, even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Eli imagined a slope covered in wildflowers, their petals a riot of color against the green grass, each one a unique masterpiece of form and hue. They did not strain or struggle for their beauty. They simply received the sun and the rain and allowed their innate splendor to unfold. They were here today, and tomorrow thrown into the oven, their brief, glorious existence a lesson in transient beauty and profound trust. If God so clothes the grass of the field, which is alive today and tomorrow is thrown into the fire, will he not much more clothe you, O you of little faith? The comparison was humbling and liberating. The frantic energy spent on adorning the body was energy stolen from the soul. The pursuit of external security was a chase after the wind when a deeper, more lasting provision was already being offered. Therefore, the teacher's voice was firm yet kind. Do not be anxious. Do not worry, saying, "What shall we eat?" Or, "What shall we drink?" Or, "What shall we wear?" For the Gentiles seek after all these things. The storyteller explained that this was the way of the world, the endless grasping cycle of those who did not know a heavenly Father. But his hearers were called to a different reality, a different priority. Their heavenly Father knew they needed all these things. The knowledge was not passive, it was active, intimate, and thorough. He knew the number of hairs on their head, the secret fears in the night, the unspoken needs before they even formed into words. The worry that consumed them was, at its core, a distrust of this knowing, this caring. The path to peace, then, was a deliberate shift in focus. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, the voice from the hillside declared, and all these things will be added to you. It was not a denial of practical needs, but a reordering of them. The kingdom was not a physical territory, but the active rule and reign of God in the human heart, a realm of justice, love, and right relationship. To seek it first was to make one's primary concern alignment with this divine order, to trust that a life oriented toward God's ways would naturally fall under God's provision. The things that caused so much anxiety, food, drink, clothing, would be given as a matter of course, not as the goal of a desperate striving, but as the gracious addition to a life already rooted in something eternal and secure. The final instruction was a release from the tyranny of tomorrow. Therefore, do not be anxious about tomorrow, the teacher concluded, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Sufficient for the day is its own trouble. The words were a permission slip to live in the present, to receive the grace allotted for this one day, without borrowing trouble from a future that was not yet theirs to hold. It was an invitation to a mental and spiritual rest that the world could not give, a deep reliance that turned the daily struggle for survival into a trusting reception of daily gift. As the storyteller's voice faded, the lesson hung in the moonlit air, a profound and simple truth. The peace that Jesus offered was the quiet mind, the heart at rest, the soul that had exchanged the heavy burden of anxiety for the light yoke of trust in a Father who clothes the lilies and feeds the sparrows, and who, with infinitely greater care, would provide for his children. The old storyteller's voice, which had carried the weight of covenants and the whisper of prophets, now softened into an intimate cadence, as if sharing a secret too precious for the bustling day. The moon, a silent witness to their vigil, cast a silver net through the leaves of the garden, and Eli felt the atmosphere shift from epic narrative to personal address. The man spoke of a moment when the disciples, having witnessed the profound peace that emanated from Jesus, asked him to teach them how to pray. They did not ask for a technique, but for the source of his unshakable calm, the wellspring of his connection to the Father. In response, Jesus gave them a prayer, a simple yet infinite framework that was less a string of words and more a map of the soul's journey home. He began, the storyteller said, not with a title of distant majesty, but with a name of intimate relationship, Our Father in Heaven. The words, Our Father, were a key turning in the lock of the universe, transforming it from a cold, mechanistic void into a household under a benevolent, watchful eye. It was an invitation to approach not as subjects to a monarch, but as children to a parent whose home was both transcendent and imminently close. The peace offered here was the foundational rest of belonging, of knowing one's place in a loving family whose scope was as vast as the heavens. The prayer then ascended in a doxology of devotion, its first petition orienting the heart's deepest desire. Hallowed be your name. This was not a request for God to become holy, but a plea for his holiness to be recognized, honored, and cherished in all the earth. It was the soul's agreement that the reputation and character of the Father were of paramount importance, more vital than any personal need or want. To pray this was to surrender the ego's clamor and find peace in the joyful priority of God's glory. It was the calm that comes when one's own name, one's own fame, ceases to be the central concern, and the magnificent reality of God's nature becomes the sun around which all other orbits revolve. This single request had the power to untangle a lifetime of selfish ambition, offering a profound rest in the truth that the world's story was, and always would be, about him. The next petition flowed naturally from the first, a vision for the world as it was meant to be. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. This was a prayer for the complete alignment of a broken reality with a flawless divine order. It was a longing for the peace of the garden, the justice of the true king, and the harmony of heaven to infiltrate every corner of a war-torn, sorrow-filled earth. To pray, this was to enlist in the divine campaign of shalom, to become an agent of reconciliation in a world of strife. It was also a deep personal surrender, a laying down of one's own will, which so often was the very source of inner turmoil. The peace found here was the quiet confidence of cooperating with an inevitable and good outcome, the rest of a subject who trusts the king's plan is unfolding even when the evidence seems to suggest otherwise. Then, and only then, did the prayer turn to human need, grounding its request in the humble reality of daily dependence. Give us this day our daily bread. The request was stunning in its simplicity and its limitation. It asked not for a warehouse of provision, not for a lifetime of security, but for just enough for the coming day. It was a prayer against the anxiety of tomorrow, a training in the trust that the God who commanded manna in the wilderness still provides for his children one day at a time. The peace it offered was the practical calm of a soul that has stopped striving for a future it cannot control and has learned to receive the present gift of sustenance with open, grateful hands. It was the dismantling of the fear of scarcity, replaced by the quiet assurance of a Father who knows what his children need before they ask. The prayer then turned inward to the tangled threads of relationship and the shadows of the past. And forgive us our debts, as we also have forgiven our debtors. This was the prayer's great surgery, its deep cleanse of the soul. It acknowledged the universal human condition of moral debt, of wrongs committed that separate us from God and from one another. The request for forgiveness was the plea for this burden to be lifted, for the crushing weight of guilt to be rolled away. But it was inextricably linked to a human action, the act of forgiving others. The peace offered here was twofold. It was the sublime relief of being absolved, of standing clean before God, and it was the liberating power of releasing others from the prison of our own bitterness. To withhold forgiveness was to drink poison and expect the other person to die. To grant it was to set a prisoner free and discover that the prisoner was oneself. The peace was the quiet of a reconciled heart, both vertically and horizontally. Finally, the prayer ended with a plea for protection in a world still shadowed by darkness. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. It was a confession of human fragility, an acknowledgement that the path ahead was strewn with snares and that the human spirit, left to its own devices, was prone to wander. It was not a prayer for a life free from testing, but for preservation. In the midst of it, for the wisdom to recognize the trap and the strength to avoid it. The final cry, "Deliver us from evil," was a reaching for the Father's hand in the face of all that would seek to destroy the soul's hard-won peace, be it external malevolence or the internal pull of despair. It was the child's cry in the dark, trusting that the Father is near and his power is greater. The storyteller fell silent, the final phrase hanging in the air like a benediction. The Lord's Prayer, in its beautiful, comprehensive brevity, was a complete curriculum for spiritual peace. It moved from identity to worship, from global hope to daily need, from inner cleansing to future protection, offering at every point in exchange human anxiety for divine assurance, the soul's restless striving for the heart's deep, abiding rest in the care of a good and holy Father. The hill was a skull, a place of exposed bone and finality, where the city's refuse and the world's sorrow met under a sky that had begun to bruise. A grim procession had wound its way through the jeering crowds and out the city gate, culminating in this place of execution. 3 crosses stood stark against the brewing storm, the central one bearing a weight that was more than physical. Jesus of Nazareth, his body a tapestry of lacerations and bruises, was nailed to the rough-hewn timber. The agony of torn flesh and splintered bone was a fire coursing through his nerves, yet it was the weight upon his spirit that pressed him into the wood, a burden of a world's sin that made the physical torment seem a distant echo. As the soldiers hammered the spikes and raised the cross, jolting it into the socket of earth, a different sound emerged from his lips, not a curse or a cry of pain, but a prayer of breathtaking scope. "Father, forgive them," he breathed, his voice a ragged whisper that carried on the heavy air, "for they know not what they do." The words were a dam against the flood of vengeance, a declaration of a love that sought not retribution, but reconciliation, even for the hands that drove the nails. It was the first fruit of his sacrifice, the offer of peace extended from the very instrument of his torture. Below, the world carried on in its callous pageant. The soldiers, their grim duty done, cast lots for his seamless tunic, their laughter a coarse counterpoint to the solemnity above. The religious leaders, their faces tight with a satisfied righteousness, mocked him, their taunts slicing through the air sharper than any spear. He saved others. Let him save himself, if he is the Christ of God, his chosen one. The crowd, a fickle beast that had once shouted hosannas, now echoed the venom, their voices a unified chorus of rejection. One of the criminals crucified beside him joined in the scorn, but the other, his own body racked with dying pain, saw something different. In the midst of the humiliation and the agony, he saw a king. "Jesus," he gasped, "remember me when you come into your kingdom." The response was immediate, a promise spoken with the full authority of one who held the keys to eternity. "Truly, I say to you, today you will be with me in paradise." In that moment, on the threshold of death, a soul was granted the ultimate peace, a rest that would begin in the very hours of its dying, a testament to the saving power that flowed from the cross itself. Then, at the 6th hour, a deep and unnatural darkness fell over the whole land. The sun's light failed, as if the creation itself could not bear to look upon the death of its Creator. The darkness was not merely an absence of light, but a palpable presence, a heavy blanket of grief that silenced the mockers and stilled the air. It lasted for 3 hours, a timeless interval of divine sorrow, the world holding its breath. In the heart of that darkness, a cry of ultimate dereliction was torn from Jesus' soul, a quotation from the depths of human despair. my God, why have you forsaken me?" It was the true cost of the sacrifice. The moment the Son bore the full weight of the Father's turning away, drinking the cup of wrath to its dregs, so that his people might never have to taste it. The spiritual agony in that cry was a chasm deeper than any physical pain, the true crucible of the cross. Yet even here his commitment did not waver. Knowing that all was now finished, he spoke, his voice reclaiming a quiet strength. "I thirst." And finally, with a loud cry that was not of defeat, but of accomplishment, he said, "It is finished." The work of atonement was complete. The debt was paid. The way to peace was opened through the torn flesh of the Lamb. At that moment, the veil of the temple, a massive woven curtain that separated the Holy of Holies from the rest of the sanctuary, was torn in two. From top to bottom, the sound of the rending fabric was a divine proclamation, echoing the tearing of the heavens at his baptism. The barrier between a holy God and sinful humanity was ripped apart by the sacrifice of the Son. No longer would access be limited to a single high priest once a year. The way into the presence of God was now open to all through the blood of Jesus. The earth responded to the death of its king, shaking with a profound tremor, and rocks were split. Tombs were opened, and after his resurrection, many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised, a foretaste of the final victory over death that this day had secured. The centurion, a hardened soldier who had overseen countless executions, stood facing Jesus. He had seen the darkness, felt the earthquake, and heard the words of forgiveness and commitment. Awe broke over his weathered face. Truly, this man was the Son of God, he confessed, his own heart finding a peace he had not known he was seeking in the presence of this crucified King. As the evening approached, the scene was one of solemn tenderness. A secret disciple, Joseph of Arimathea, a respected member of the council who had not consented to the deed, went with courage to Pilate and asked for the body of Jesus. Pilate, marveling that he was already dead, granted the request. Joseph, along with Nicodemus, who came bringing a mixture of myrrh and aloes, took the body down from the cross. They handled it with a reverence that bordered on worship, their hands gently wiping away the blood and dust. They wrapped it in clean linen cloths with the spices, as was the burial custom of the Jews. In a nearby garden there was a new tomb cut in the rock, where no one had ever been laid. They laid Jesus there, the stone that was rolled against the entrance, sealing the darkness. To any who passed by, it was the end, a tragic conclusion to a life of promise. But the torn veil and the empty tombs whispered a different story. The crucifixion was not a defeat. It was the ultimate victory of love over hate, of grace over sin, of life over death. The peace that emanated from the cross was not the fragile quiet of an absence of conflict, but the powerful, blood-bought shalom of sins forgiven, of access granted, and of a hope that could not be entombed. The sacrifice was complete, and in its wake, a profound and lasting peace was offered to a weary world. The pre-dawn darkness was a shroud of profound grief, a weight that pressed upon Mary Magdalene's soul as she made her way through the hushed, sleeping city. The Sabbath of despair had passed, but its shadow clung to her, a chill that the first hints of morning could not dispel. Her world had been shattered, her hope entombed behind a great stone, sealed by the authority of Rome and the finality of death. The spices in her hand were a futile gesture, a last act of love for a body that was already beginning its return to dust. The path to the garden tomb was walked in, a stupor of sorrow, each step an echo of the crushing loss that had extinguished the light from her life. The air was cold and still, carrying the scent of damp earth and myrrh, the very fragrance of morning. She moved as one in a dream, her vision blurred by unshed tears, her only purpose to anoint the one who had cast 7 demons from her, the one who had given her a reason to live, and who now lay dead. But as she approached the place of burial, her grieving eyes registered an impossibility. The stone, the massive, immovable disk that had sealed the tomb, was rolled away. A jolt of alarm, sharp and cold, pierced the numbness of her grief. Fear, swift and terrible, clutched at her heart. Had they taken him? Had even this final resting place been desecrated? She did not wait, did not peer inside. She turned and ran, her feet flying over the dew-slick grass, her breath coming in ragged gasps, to find Simon Peter and the other disciple, the one Jesus loved. "They have taken the Lord out of the tomb," she panted, her voice cracking with a fresh wave of anguish, "and we do not know where they have laid him." The 2 men, startled from their own sorrow, immediately set out, running toward the tomb. The other disciple, younger and faster, outran Peter and reached the sepulchre first. He stooped to look in and saw the linen cloths lying there, but he did not go in. Then Simon Peter arrived, breathless, and with his characteristic impulsiveness went straight into the tomb. He saw the linen cloths lying, and the face cloth, which had been on Jesus' head, not lying with the linen cloth, but folded up in a place by itself. There was no body, no sign of struggle, only an orderly emptiness, a silent, baffling mystery. Then the other disciple, who had reached the tomb first, also went in, and he saw and believed, for as yet they did not understand the scripture, that he must rise from the dead. Then the disciples went back to their homes, their minds reeling with a hope they dared not yet embrace. But Mary stood weeping outside the tomb. The men had seen and left, but she remained rooted to the spot by a love that would not be consoled. As she wept, she stooped to look into the tomb once more, and she saw 2 angels in white sitting where the body of Jesus had lain, one at the head and one at the feet. Their presence was not frightening, but their question was a lance to her heart. "Woman, why are you weeping?" they asked. Her answer was the simple, devastating truth of her loss. They have taken away my Lord, and I do not know where they have laid him." Having said this, she turned around, her vision still swimming with tears, and saw a man standing there. She did not know it was Jesus. Her grief was a veil too thick to see through. He spoke to her, his voice calm and ordinary. "Woman, why are you weeping? Whom are you seeking?" Supposing him to be the gardener, her words tumbled out in a desperate plea. "Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have laid him, and I will take him away." She was prepared to single-handedly carry the weight of his corpse. So great was her devotion, so complete her despair. Then he spoke her name, a single word, uttered with a familiarity that pierced the veil of her grief, a tone of voice that resonated in the deepest, most hidden chamber of her soul. "Mary." It was not a question, but a recognition, a calling forth. In that instant, the world shifted on its axis. The scales fell from her eyes, the icy grip of death shattered, and the impossible, glorious truth flooded her being. The gardener was the Lord. The dead was alive. Her sorrow was swallowed by a joy so immense it was almost a new kind of pain. She turned toward him, the word bursting from her lips, a title of intimate relationship and stunned reverence. Rabboni, which means teacher. She moved to cling to him, to hold fast to this miracle, to never let him go again. But he gently restrained her. "Do not cling to me," he said, "for I have not yet ascended to the Father, but go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." The prohibition was not a rejection, but a commissioning. The relationship was not ending. It was being transformed. He was not returning to the old familiar companionship of the road, but inaugurating a new spiritual intimacy that would be deeper and more permanent. He was making his Father their Father, his God their God, weaving them into the very life of the Trinity. Mary Magdalene went and announced to the disciples, "I have seen the Lord." Her tears were now tears of a joy too vast for words, her grief transformed into the first gospel proclamation. The one who had been freed from demons became the first herald of the ultimate liberation. The resurrection was not merely a reversal of death, it was the conquest of it, the decisive victory that stripped the grave of its power and forever altered the destiny of humanity. The empty tomb was not a symbol of absence, but a monument to a presence that could no longer be contained by stone and seal. The risen Jesus, speaking Mary's name in the garden, was the assurance that the same love that had endured the cross was now alive, personal, and calling each of his own by name. The promise was sealed. Because he lived, they would live also. The deep rest offered was no longer just a respite from earthly toil or a calming of anxious thoughts. It was the eternal, unshakable rest of a soul that knows death is a defeated enemy, a shadow through which one passes into the unending light of a morning that will never know another night. The resurrection was the final triumphant chord in the symphony of redemption, an invitation to lay down the burden of mortality itself and to find, in the risen Christ, a peace that transcends the grave, a victory rest that whispers of life everlasting. And so, our long journey through these sacred stories comes to a gentle close for tonight. We have walked a long way together. We have stood at the dawn of creation and felt the cool breeze in the garden. We have weathered the flood in an ark of safety, and we have walked the desert sands with the patriarchs. We stood at the foot of a cross that held the weight of the world, and we felt the impossible joy of an empty tomb in the morning light. Through it all, we have seen that in every season, in the garden and in the exile, in the quiet of the night and in the heart of the storm, a steady, loving presence is at work, weaving a story of redemption. Let us gather these truths into a final moment of rest. Gently close your eyes if you haven't already. Take a slow breath in, filling your lungs with peace, and a long, peaceful breath out, letting the weight of the day release. Bring to mind one story, one image from our journey that brought you a sense of comfort. Perhaps it is the shepherd's field under a starry sky, the still waters of the psalm, the boat resting on a calmed sea, or the gentle light of an empty tomb. Let the peace of that story fill you. Let it be a quiet assurance in your heart. You are not alone on your journey. You are seen. You are deeply loved. There is nothing more to do, no path to forge on your own. Simply rest in this knowing, just this, just here, just now. Thank you for joining me at the hearth tonight. May your sleep be deep and your dreams be peaceful. Rest well.